Showtime.
Where'd Ankit go?
Ankit's not going to be here today. He's doing economic things. So
Lord.
we're going to miss him greatly, but he did join us this morning for a meeting. But welcome to IBM TV Economics Monday. I am one of your hosts and co-founders of IBM TV, Kimberly Calhoun. And the host of the day is Nicholas Palaveda, all the way from Raleigh, North Carolina. And, how are things going here in the U.S. for economics?
Well, we have a lot of issues to discuss, but before we get into our economic issues, what I'd like to do is be able to see what's going on in the Tower of Power, because unfortunately what goes on in Washington, D.C. affects us here in the great United States of America. And we'll be listening to people today from Great Britain, from Hong Kong, and Malaysia, and people from around the world. But let's see what's going on right now.
Before we do that, did you get to watch the American Politics last night?
Yes, I did. It was very good. It's an evergreen show. We can actually show that over and over again.
So I learned so much, and I got trivia questions for people.
If you have not seen American Politics, I believe you can watch it even today on IBM TV and go back and watch it because it's VOD, right?
That is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, but they can see it actually on our website.
It was like watching a National Geographic.
It was like a National Geographic special. That's what I thought. Right. So for those who haven't seen American Politics, make sure you go to IBM.TV, register. It's free, and you can watch American Politics and watch our show that was on last night. But it's evergreen. You should watch it anytime. It's really great. With that, we have a very great Washington correspondent. Let's find out what's going on in the Tower of Power.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. There are 49 days left until the presidential election. In open defiance of state regulations and his own administration's pandemic health guidelines, President Donald Trump hosted his first indoor rally since June, telling a packed, nearly massless Nevada crowd that the nation was, quote, making the last turn in defeating the virus. Vice President Mike Pence has canceled plans to attend a Trump campaign fundraiser in Montana following revelations that the event's host had expressed support for the QAnon conspiracy theory. A new report accuses the Trump administration of transferring $4 million from the fund created to cover medical services for firefighters, first responders, and EMTs who rushed to Ground Zero on 9/11. The Treasury Department has not commented. Over the weekend, Biden continued to focus on his economic rescue plan and rolled out a new series of campaign ads focused on preserving and expanding health insurance. The New York Times reports that Joe Biden's campaign is making preparations for a drawn-out legal battle over the November election as wrangling over mail voting escalates and President Trump refuses to promise that he will accept the official results if he loses. In building what amounts to a legal war room that will be on call throughout the final days of the campaign and beyond, the Biden team has enlisted 2 former Solicitor Generals and hundreds of other lawyers. Separately, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg is committing at least $100 million to help Joe Biden's presidential campaign in the crucial battleground state of Florida. Also, the Democratic megadonor Susan Sandler revealed today that she would pour $200 million into racial justice efforts, including support for a number of progressive organizations that are working to register new voters from underrepresented groups in battleground states. Finally, in a clear sign of the dismantling of the National Rifle Association, the NRA's influence appears to have come to an end. This year, the NRA has spent $9.2 million on political expenditures. This figure pales in comparison to the $54.4 million the NRA spent in 2016. Now, there was one development from Capitol Hill late last week that almost went unnoticed. The Republican Senate actually passed a bill. It was Senate Resolution 688. The measure declared September 25th, 2020, National Lobster Day. It will be interesting to see how many Americans can actually afford to celebrate with lobster, given the Republican Senate's failure to pass comprehensive COVID-19 relief, including money for the unemployed, support for the states, support for small businesses, and a plan to rescue the economy. Nevertheless, the measure is a win for lobsters, which were once so looked down upon that it was served to prisoners in New England who sued, arguing that lobster meals constituted cruel and inhumane treatment under the Constitution. Rapper Kanye West will not qualify to be on the presidential ballot in the battleground state of Wisconsin after missing a filing deadline a judge ruled late Friday, upholding a bipartisan decision by the state's election commission. The decision is expected to be repealed. In other news, TikTok has chosen Oracle over Microsoft as the American tech partner that could help keep the popular video share app running in the US, according to a person familiar with the deal. Generally, global shares rose Monday despite the roller coaster ride that Wall Street ended with last week, as traders awaited indications from the Federal Reserve, which are to be announced later this week. Finally, the current COVID death toll from Johns Hopkins University is over 194,084 American souls lost and 924,643 global souls lost with no end in sight. That is your report for this day, September 14, 2020, from IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, smart television for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning. Good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant.
I guess we learned something today. I always learn something from Bill. National Lobster Day. That's important. On September 23rd.
I must have started growling, and I was like, "Wow, okay, National Lobster Day."
Well,
I
at
didn't
least
know
they
one
passed
existed.
something. Okay, they could agree on National Lobster Day. So and with that, of course, that we have International Day of Peace coming next week. So your regular scheduled programming of Economics Monday will be shifted to the afternoon as we bring in celebrities who've basically pushed us aside, like Michael Douglas, Leonardo DiCaprio, Stevie Wonder. So we get regulated to a later time slot next week and next week only. We'll still have our politics come in. As a matter of fact, our political guy is still here. There he is, Bill Trezevant. So always good to hear
the White House
and hear what's going on in the Tower of Power. And National Lobster Day. So they agreed on something. That was good to hear.
Wow, I wish they would agree on some other things for the United States. I guess so. The lobsters need a day, don't they?
Did they fund it? That's my question.
I'm sure that the lobsters don't vote on this one because this is the day they, get devoured. I mean, I kind of think that the lobsters wouldn't be happy about it.
Yeah.
Some conspiracy theorists believe that it's an attempt by the Republicans to undermine Thanksgiving.
So it's already controversial.
Right.
So we're going to baste and roast a lobster instead of a turkey.
I just don't know anything more important that could be passed in Congress or by the Senate than National Lobster Day. Nothing. There's no other issues the country is dealing with that's more important than.
No wonder they're about to lose their paycheck.
So
we are in funny season, and for 49 days. We're just hang on. So,
Lobster Day. I just
49 days.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some more important issues. What is coming next? What is down the tube next? And, we've seen some of the campaigns. They both went out and did their campaigns. I'm starting to get the mailers, right? But what's next?
Well, in the battle, essentially, it's going to be the story of two different Americas. It's going to be the story of Americans that reside in the battleground states. They are going to be flooded and inundated with all of this money. So $100 million in Florida alone, $200 million separately for registration and organizing groups in battleground states. So you're already $300 million.
Hello, everyone.
And then you've got Biden's campaign, which is flooding the airwaves as well as the internet with their ads and such of that nature. highlighting his economic plan, his leadership, the COVID-19 response, as well as expanding healthcare during a time when all Americans need it. And in contrast, what we have is we have the Trump campaign, which is running out of cash. And they are now working on the promise that Trump will contribute to his own campaign, which in itself is unheard of for an incumbent president not to be able to raise money. So it's really amazing. So you have his side, which is running out of money. You have everybody joining in on Biden's side in the battleground states, North Carolina being one of them.
Yes.
Both of you will be seriously supporting. And on the one hand, the battleground states will begin to get a sense of what Iowa feels like and what New Hampshire feels like when they go through a primary. Because suddenly everybody shows up with their people. It's the theory of relatives. I didn't know I had so many relatives until I had so much money, and then they all come out of the closet and say, "Hi, how are you?" So it's going to be an interesting time. Everybody's going to be flooded, and then there's going to be a lot more mudslinging as more people get involved.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What about the economy? In other words, like since we're on Economics Monday,
right?
I was reading a review by apparently it's an alternative magazine called Mother Jones, and they were crying about how Biden is close to the financial services industry.
Interesting on that point. Biden is currently assembling his transition team, and on his transition team, he's already picked a number of economic advisors, and in a clear split from previous administrations, both Republican and Democratic, going all the way back to President Clinton. Biden's economic team is not coming from Wall Street. It's coming from economists and advisors and analysts who are not associated with the financial Wall Street, as places like Goldman Sachs and things of that nature. So that's an important shift. Oftentimes, these shifts begin with the transition because the transition team is the one that then populates the agencies with the presidential appointment. So that's a significant shift. And the majority of them are looking at an activist federal government when it comes to an approach to the economy rather than a laissez-faire, let it be, let it be. So we're going to be looking ahead at a more activist approach that's not connected to Wall Street and more Main Street. It's quite surprising. If we recall what Bob Dole was like, he was more of a Main Street, as in out in Kansas, Republican and small business Republican rather than a Rockefeller Republican with money in Wall Street. So that's what Biden's actually doing right now. However, the current economy is essentially on, it's on a ventilator. Mm-hmm. Because we're in a precarious position, and I'm sure the other guests will address it more effectively than I can, Nick. But we are on a ventilator pending death because we're on the brink of an economic crisis, and it appears that there's going to be no help whatsoever from the government.
Nick, ventilator's not a good sign. The survival rate of ventilators
and we need to find somebody who knows about investing and what we can do in these troubled times. Let's reach over across the border and find Alexander Starr, who actually runs investments with Sasha, Modern Investing with Sasha on Wednesday. And I think modern investing is very important today, Sasha, because we face it all the time in business. We're flooded with cash. We have two choices. We sit in cash and we earn nothing. We go to the stock market at an all-time high when the economy's looks like to have systemic problems. So since it is modern investing with Sasha, what do you have in store for the modern investor who's too scared to go in the market but can't stay in cash at the same time?
It's very simple. You have to get away from antique investing and go into modern investing, and preferably with Sasha. And I'll tell you why. When you're trying to figure out the correlation between stock market and real economy, at least stock market you can understand there is an operation of saving private Donald, and therefore everything is black and white. You can just enjoy it, and that's what made me busy from the morning to do a couple of positions, which I enjoy very much. And the real economy, well, is there a real economy? Who knows what kind of a real economy is there when people are being thrown on the streets and the wonderful stores like JCPenney and Sears are becoming warehouses for Amazon, which will still employ people, and of course, but it's not going to be high-paid jobs, and that will be something very, very different from older times. So I'm wondering, and if Biden will indeed win the election, which is very possible, and I think he has more than 50% to do so, unless Trump will come up with some kind of a new, some kind of a fantastic novelty that nobody ever thought about it, and then he will take he will contact the election to take court for unforeseeable future. And then we're looking at a situation where Biden and Democratic Party will become primarily responsible for what's happened with the economy during the Trump's time. Mind you, Obama was very effective when he was elected, and this was real estate and liquidity crisis in the economy, and he handled that very successfully. And in fact, when Trump took over from uh, Barack Obama, the economy was booming. I think very few people realize that he's
Right.
inherited a booming economy.
Mhm.
So I think Democrats will be up to the task, and it will take probably a year or two.
Right.
But still, it's better earlier than never, because we basically know what Trump is up to
Yeah.
doing. So this is basically my view on the economy and stock market. And if you would like to have more information, you're always welcome on Wednesday, 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or so.
Yeah, and you mentioned J.C. Penney, because I've been following that stock because it was one of my potential picks before, and I didn't invest in it, but I looked at it real carefully because it was at an all-time low. Never invested, and then it went under. Now they have the malls
Right.
are going to buy J.C. Penney. What do you think about that move? The malls owning J.C. Penney's.
I'm not a strong believer in J.C. Penney, and even less so in the malls, because I'm scared that the malls will become an obsolete part of U.S. economy, and real estate. Last time we were talking, I think about REITs, real estate trust. I think all those trusts that own malls.
Mhm.
It will be even more difficult to liquidate the malls themselves.
Mhm.
And I'm not so sure what's the point of owning REITs.
Well, I think the reason J.C. Penney, they want to acquire J.C. Penney, is this way they make sure the leases keep being paid. I mean, if you're a mall operator, one problem is, do you want a vacant, huge amount, 100,000 square feet or more vacant, or do you want somebody to be able to pay a lease? And they
It's a
figured, well,
temporary, but it's a temporary fix.
you think that's a
You know,
Band-Aid on the malls?
if you will have a lease payments that are coming for the next 2-3 months, you have to run for your life and sell it. And just sell it, if not liquidate it, and just get something out of it. That's all.
Right. Well, it
If
looks like we have a
JCPenney's
real.
going under, what's left? Because like the one at our malls, they're gone. They're like totally obsolete. And one thing I did like about JCPenney's is I bought a lot of home goods from them. They were always reliable. Their warranties were 100% guaranteed. I never had an issue with them, and they always carry good, hardware stuff, tools, and things like that you could trust, right? So I don't know what happened in the whole scheme of things. Maybe you guys can explain it to me. But I wouldn't understand even further why a mall would buy them out if they're already gone.
I want to tell you something very interesting. When I was working on a cruise ship, Cunard Princess, there was that Irish comedian who told this joke about guillotine and so on. Now he loved these cruises because they were coming out of North America, and he loved Sears stores in North America because they had tremendous collection of tools. Now I'm wondering, where is this Irish comedian? Where is the Sears? Where is all the wonderful tools.
Yeah, I mean, things change a lot. Hard to keep up with it. And
Absolutely.
it's international today, so we're going to move away from Canada and go over to Switzerland, and we're going to add Ben Banerjee. Ben, namaste, as they would say.
Namaste.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to Economics Monday, and we're having a big problem here right now on our show. Interest rates are at an all-time low. Stock market is at an all-time high. The fundamentals look bad everywhere we go. Unemployment, people not making money. So what do you advise? Where's this economy going? How can people make money today in this sideways market? Ben, you advise world leaders, you advise international businesses. What do you advise besides putting money underneath your mattress?
I just wanted to make a correction. I don't advise international businesses. I advise international funds. So
okay, international funds, that'll do. We need some serious advice here. Okay.
So I mean, what I mentioned that our issue is that the financial market is quite very much disconnected with the real economy, and that's what you are seeing now at this moment in the United States. That on one side you have this extreme hardship going on, and soon your mortgage thing is going to run out, the leniency. So this is going to impact the market severely. On the other hand, your financial market is doing absolutely fine. So this link, so what my advice is basically to start for the financial investors, especially the major institutional investors, to look into that this bubble of the financial market is going to burst very soon, which is again going to create a climax, which is again going to cost, at the end of the day, it is the taxpayers who will again have to dish out and save out. Only thing is this taxpayers' money is also getting limited more and more. If you look at the last crisis that was also happened. So the only way out of it is for the financial institutions to think long term and look at the different variables, because till now what they have been looking at is the only variable has been the risk and the return and the risk. But now we are having a third variable which is coming on, which is what I always talk about, is the impact. What is the impact of your investment, and what are the risks and the liabilities? Because this is going to impact the liability, and the regulations are catching up. Today I was speaking with, not today. Oh yeah, today, I was speaking with the Rockefellers, that they also are looking into it, that these liabilities are coming up very, very fast. So how are they going to protect themselves from this? And one of the things is to invest long-term, to look at long-term, and to look at the liabilities and the impacts of their investment portfolios, and very, very strongly into portfolios. So one of the things is like alternative energy, which is very funny, because on one side you have a president who doesn't even look at it, who thinks the fossil fuel is the gift of God. But on the other hand, if you look at the investment funds and things in US, they are moving very strongly. They're disinvesting from fossil fuel and investing in other alternative energies, because that is a long-term investment. Plus, if you look into the long-term future, the fossil fuel is soon going to end up as a stranded assets. So whatever you invest, whatever amount you invest, may have quite a good return today, but 5 years or 10 years from now, you're going to end up with a massive stranded assets in your hand, which you can't get rid of and which you can't sell, and which is going to be a major loss. So these are the points. So alternative energy is a very strong. Agri is another very strong. Agriculture investments, I'm talking, because food we will always need, and with a growing population we will need more and more. So and it's not in the meat industry, because that's another, I have quite a gleam view of the meat industry. It's more going to the agriculture sector. So we are asking the major institutionals to invest more and more in the agriculture sector, because that's a long term. Mm-hmm. And keep in mind the impact of the climate change on agriculture. So these are the two, to start with, these are the 2 points I can mention where I would advise the investment market to go into. One is alternative energy, one is the agri sector.
Yeah, and of course the international sector is so big that we reach into Canada with Sasha Starr's Modern Investing, and we reach on the other side of the planet with Sharif, who runs the Sharif School of Economics in Malaysia. Namaste, Sharif. Yes. We're here at Economics Monday having a big problem with the economy. The stock market all-time high. The what we have is cash, a lot of cash sitting on the sidelines. But the fundamentals with people unemployed and with the COVID-19 not under control, and Ben was just telling me that things bad, super bad, could just happen here in. And Ben, you're in Switzerland, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to reach across the other side of the world. You have to go through 2 ponds and get to Sharif in Malaysia. And Sharif, what is the talk in Malaysia right now on the economy over there in the Pan-Asian market space?
Yes, in Malaysia, if you in recent years, if you see that after the COVID situation, even recent few days, Malaysians COVID and these things actually increasing. I don't know, it's a second wave or something. But beside that, even already with Mr. Ben Banerjee, I do discuss on that particular point. Like Malaysia is strongly focused on green technology, and especially they are making very good policy. Even I do work with Terengganu and this kind of state. They are very much focused on agricultural things. Besides that, Malaysia has a very good technology hub. And palm oil business and other things, especially tourism industry, long term they are focusing on that particular point. But how they handle the COVID situations and how are getting response from the other countries, especially from the South Asias and the Asia Pacifics and Middle East market. So I think Malaysia soon going to overcome from these situations. Even most important thing is that it's a good policy. Always I said that Malaysia is a combination of good policy, and there are many Chinese business investors, those who are playing very good roles. And beside that, many foreign people actually come to Malaysia and they feel good to invest in Malaysia. They're taking Malaysia as a second home. And for that particular different kind of strategy, it's actually very unique strategy they are taking. They are trying to take all of the best strategy from around the world, and they try to implement it with their own way. Always I said that even from Bangladesh, they're taking the microfinance initiative and they implement it with their own way, and which is very unique for that particular issues. I think Malaysia is strategically business wise, even though they lose their GDP and other things, but how the present business and other thing is improving, I think they have a good prospect from overcome from this economic situation.
Yeah, and Sasha was mentioning we have to do modern investing, which means basically you got to stay away from some of the old style investments. And one old style investment that just hit, I think the Wall Street Journal, is a company called, you may have heard of it, called Exxon. It hit the Wall Street Journal. Bet on oil and gas drags down U.S. Titan. Front page of the Wall Street Journal. Their market cap dropped to 160 billion. They were the biggest company in the world, but they focused in their market cap's 160 billion. They are spending 230 billion on developing more oil and gas resources. Ben, and they just got delisted from the Dow. Ben, what do you see on companies like Exxon's big bet on traditional, not alternate source of energy? We can't hear you. You got to turn your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Great.
Yeah. So on short term, they're going to make money on it because there is a lot of disinvesting going on from other sector, from other investors, which means that there is a pressure, downward pressure in the market. So they are buying into what you can say as a kind of distressed assets or distressed fuel ports which they can get into. So short term they will make money, but then long term not. Mm-hmm. And that's the issue with, for example, there's a very big difference of thinking style between the CEOs and the shareholders or the majority shareholders. So the CEOs, okay, I'm just generalizing, so don't please quote me. The CEOs, they're thinking about the 3 months term, the 6 months or the year ending their bonus or the profits. But the shareholders who are thinking about long term, they generally have very different visions. Because we here in Europe, especially in Scandinavia and all that, we have a couple of major oil companies, like we have Shell, we have BP, we have what's the French one? I forgot the name. Total. all these, and you see how they are moving. They are really strongly moving out of fossil fuel. So Exxon may remain the last dinosaur.
Exxon's
but one
big
day,
bet.
someday, they will have to follow.
Exxon's big bet. Sasha, what is your thoughts on Exxon? Is that on your buy list because their stock is depressed, or is it on your sell list, or where do you put Exxon, Sasha, on the individual
What are your
investors list?
stock objectives and investment objectives are? For example, you just 5 minutes ago, you discussed possible strategies. One of them was to put your money in a mattress. And I have even better strategy than that. Put your money into 2 mattresses. That one would work even better. And that will definitely beat investments in ExxonMobil for sure. Because at ExxonMobil, it's an absolutely losing position in the long term, in medium term, in the short term, probably just as well. You can see why the stock would move higher. Because all these investments in, even Russia is moving away from these investments because they are extremely cash strapped, and with all the world now moving into different sources of energy, there are so many Teslas on the roads, as you're aware. It's a losing proposition, 100%, except that the people at the helm of Exxon to defend their bonuses and options.
Yeah, but Exxon, Sasha, Exxon's a big oil ship. How can they move out and diversify? It looks like they're stuck in the ship. And it seems to me all companies are stuck in the ship that they built, and they either move up and down or they end up what I call a death spiral. Like JCPenney, we saw they ended up in death spiral, no way out. They go circle around, down they go. Is Exxon?
They call them zombie companies.
Zombie companies. There we go. Good point. Okay, so we'll hit with Ben. Is Exxon a zombie company now? They just got delisted from the Dow.
I don't know, because Sasha, if I'm correct, zombie company has a different definition. I think I would go back to the question earlier, which you mentioned, Exxon being a big company can't move that easily. I would not agree, because I think if you look at Shell, they are also quite very big. It takes time. It definitely takes time, but they can move away from it. Same is with BP.
Right.
But you have to have astute management at the very, very top to do so.
Yeah, the management has to make the decision to move, and if they don't move, they're in trouble. And
one example you can take is the financial institutions, like UBS now got a new head who comes from a completely different world. He comes from ING, and UBS is like the Exxon.
Yes.
And Ralph, who just joined as the head of UBS, he's somebody like coming from Shell or something. So let's see what happens there.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
And I was also speaking to the head of the Dutch Central Bank, and they were saying that in Netherlands, for example, all the major banks, you have the ABN AMRO, ING, all the old management boards have been replaced.
Right. So management does make a difference in terms of where the company is going. But how can some of these companies that have such huge advantages, and I'm going to pick on Blockbuster Video, they had a huge advantage in the digital market space and the production and distribution of movies. How can companies like that all of a sudden just bust out rather than morph? What's the problem there, Ben?
Do you? I don't know how old you guys are. Do you guys remember Britannica Encyclopedia?
Yes, of course. I actually had their series of Britannica Encyclopedia.
Me too. They were the best in quality, product, in everything. They were the best of the best. Nothing in the world could compete with them. Then Microsoft came up with this extremely cheap CD that was called something Encyclopedia, I don't know what, which costed 10 or 20 euro or something. And they wiped out Britannica, which was more than 100 or 150 years. So the secret is either you evolve or some newcomer in the market will kick you out. I mean, look at Tesla, how fast Tesla grew, and it was nobody even knew about it. Today, they are competing with all the big guys.
Mhm.
So
Either evolve or dissolve, like you're saying.
exactly,
Evolve
exactly.
or dissolve.
Yeah.
Right.
Blockbuster did the same thing, exactly what you're talking about, right? They chose not to move on to the digital streaming world and just stay with their foundation of brick and mortar. And and Redbox came out before Blockbuster did a Redbox. But look what happened. Blockbuster just fell apart. Redbox is still on the corner. I find it interesting that I can still go to my little country grocery store and rent a movie in the red box. I just interesting, but they evolved. They
Mhm.
Yeah.
evolved.
Yeah. So where do you see Exxon going, Sharif? I think they're actually in Malaysia, but are they a dinosaur, a zombie, or are they going to evolve out of this, Sharif?
No,
The ball's in your court. You're their our PhD
Phoenix.
scholar.
Are they the
yes,
phoenix that's going to
no, no.
rise?
Basically, my philosophy is very simple. So, like I always say, I'm not for millionaires. I for millions, because now we have to be more focused on the microfinance initiatives, micro business, and it's not a macro level. Even the COVID situations, you find that many of the employee big companies sack, many problem in stock markets around the world. It's not only USA. If you come to Malaysia, if you go to even Bangladesh, if you go to India, all of the big company always creating all of the problem. They have a stock market problem. Or the huge money they get, again they have problem. So problem, if you want to focus on and solve the economic issues, you have to focus on the micro initiative. You find that small businessman, small people, small things, if you give them money, they return back. If you support them, they give you return backs. And they are actually main key players for economical survival. I think around more than 70% economy actually micro initiative. They are the big names. Big name always creating a lot of problem. Stock market, government policy, all of the corruptions, bankruptcy, unemployment problems, always you can find the big name. So when I find the economical aspect, the big name, I say, sorry, I'm not for you, I'm for the millions of the people I want to focus on. And I'm really happy with my economics or entrepreneurs or this kind of initiative. I always find, even in Malaysia, you can find the micro initiative actually very successful. The micro, the small medium enterprise, small medium business, always they are successful, or they're making some good initiative. They become millionaires. They give taxes to the government properly. They're taking care of their employees properly. 70%, almost 70%. Yes, there are many big companies, I know they are good, but in COVID situations, most of the big companies, I do not want to take all of the names, they're creating lot of problem. I know many of my friends, they're losing job from Microsoft, IBA, here, there's all of the big name. So I really, if any country, any economy want to survive, they need to focus on the micro initiative. This is the economic strategy.
Very interesting strategy. Out in
Can I just
Switzerland.
add? Can I just
Yeah,
add something to what Sharif
we
said?
want to hear from
Yes.
So what
Switzerland.
Sharif mentioned is very correct. The small companies, the small businesses, that's where we are also saying that you have to invest and do a lot. The only issue is that when a big company makes a change or makes a difference, that has a far bigger impact than a small company. So I think we should work on both, on the smalls, but also on the bigs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, what do you define a small? Well, we'll go to Alexander, because see what his thoughts are on small versus big companies.
Okay, Sharif very often mentions microfinance initiatives, and according to my understanding, nobody ever asked him about what exactly means microfinance. I don't think that in North America we have any microfinance institution except loan sharks and private lenders, which are micro loan sharks. And so probably it does quite well in sub-Indian continent. I've got introduced microfinance in Moscow when I was traveled there quite often, and I was involved with investment fund. And at that time, they wanted to consider to invest in the microfinance. We studied a little bit how it operates in Russia. And now it operates in Russia very simple. They charged about, at the end of the day, it becomes more or less 700% annual interest. And most often you'll be lucky just to stay alive, because a lot of borrowers, they're losing their money and their lives as well. So this is my experience with microfinance in Russia. Hopefully in Sharif's world it works differently.
Yeah, and the other problem I've seen with the microfinance, you're right, Sasha, they do have small business loans here, but they've been next to impossible to get until COVID-19 came about. Then they released those funds finally into the small business community. The problem that lenders into the small business market is the high default rate. In other words, if you lend a small business person money, and I don't know how they address it over in Malaysia, Sharif, but let me tell you, you lend, the reason why it's 700% or some outrageous money, at least here, you lend the small business money, they take the money, they spend it, and you don't see anything back. You lost it. In other words, you might as well make it a grant. How do you prevent these losses on these small businesses?
No. Basically, I told you that Malaysia took even microfinance initiative, and they make it successful with their own way. So Malaysia has a Bank Amanah. Bank Amanah, you can check. It's a very successful model. Very successful model. Even I do not know what are actually Sasha actually discussing. Even I do work with Harvard University before, and Harvard University even doing a lot of research on microfinance, and in North America they are doing a lot of initiative on the microfinance. And Dr. Mohammad Yunus, even many big corporations like actually doing research and working with Microfinance Institute, even privately. Myself, I invite a lot of Ivy League university from Harvard, from MIT, from Stanford. Many of my friends go to Bangladesh only because learning the microfinance initiatives. I don't know how he integrated with the Microfinance Institute and other things. And second things, like example, Malaysian model is very good. I just want to share, Malaysian model is very good, that this Bank Amanah, they are actually protecting the entrepreneurship, and as well as they give a very little amount of interest. Let's say, yes, in Bangladesh, their interest rate is very high, but Malaysia is very low because they are integrated in Islamic finance and these things. And I can take responsibility. Even my student life, I visited many of the Ivy League and I work with many of the Ivy League university. I take responsibility. I know that Ivy League university, they are strongly do research on microfinance, and North America, even Europe, and even Africa, even Middle East, even Malaysia, many of the countries, they are taking a lot of micro initiative. And you can check even 70% of the economy, every country, actually small medium enterprise, and even the entrepreneur startup, who they are. Startup actually micro initiative. They're not the big things. Everything's actually small country, and they're helping a lot in their economy. And I believe, strongly I believe, that if we support this kind of initiative, they can help a lot. They can help a lot. Even I can put some policy, financial policy related issues, because I have strong integrations of the developing economy. So let's say developing economy, they give budget. Okay, let's say they give some subsidy for their business organizations. So fact is that the big companies from the developing nations, I can put lot of name, they're taking money, but they are not taking initiative in the COVID period. But I know the startup, small medium enterprise, small garments, small business, those who are actually getting government support, getting government initiative, or getting any kind of fund or anything, they're really utilizing it. I can give you 100 of examples. Really they're utilizing it. This is not the actually difference and other things in between the top companies or the big companies or small companies, but still this is my belief, my faith, and my practical experience, that always small businessman, it's not only microfinance institute, small businessman, small initiative, they're playing a very good role in the economy.
Yes.
Sharif, you mentioned many countries and continents. You didn't mention Russia. when you were presenting merit of microfinance. Could you elaborate, please?
There's always an exception to the rule.
I have to do some research on Russia, but
Okay.
as I have a North America and Europe, even I was strongly engaged with Oxford University and Cambridge University from my student life. Even European Union, we strongly work from Bangladesh, and as well as North America. I do visit, and I do a lot of integration with many of the Ivy League university and different unions. So every year, at least 30 to 40 of my students, I give them internship opportunity in Bangladesh. I say, come visit, because this university, they have internship opportunity. So the student from Ivy League, they visited Bangladesh and they go to this microfinance institute. I work with Dr. Baki Khalili. Baki Khalili was the chairman of Microfinance Institute, and they learn a lot. And I get their feedback. What's your experience? How we do? They say, even many of my friends now live in Singapore. They are actually from Singapore, but they are a student from there. So they are also taking a lot of initiative right now under the Singapore government. So I want to say this is very, if you focused on the micro initiative, not only microfinance, small business, they are very strong.
Well, let's go to the
And
Tower of Power of Washington, D.C. that always looks after the small businessman, never looks after the big businessman. Right, Bill? It's all about the small business in Washington, right?
Yeah, about the small business of small donations to political campaigns in that regard. So we believe in microfinancing. However, Sharif, I was going to ask, isn't that really only part of a necessary plan to rebuild any economy? You got microfinancing on the one side, but you cannot ignore decisions that companies as massive as Exxon are making, and or the mistakes that they're making, because they affect themselves sweep so much of the economy.
No, this is okay. This is okay. They are big company. This is okay. But I want to focus on impact. You can see like all of the big company right now in COVID period, they said they do not have money. What they did last 30 years, it's happened maybe in a century in a one. So I don't know. Even I cannot understand. When I study and when I do research, they said that we losing this business, we losing that business. What they did actually, I don't know, like why the big companies in only 3, 4, 5, 6 month problem, why their economical condition is so weak, and always you can it's a issues for the research area. Always the big company comes, stock market, it's a problem. Government initiative, policy making, they're getting huge amount of support, then it's problem. They do not want to give proper support their employees, even proper salary. I want to say, even example, proper benefit. Even you see how many people actually right now they sack. This is definitely, they are big. I respect them. It does not mean I do not want to ignore them, but I want to take some of the initiative which is more fruitful in that particular way. I want to say that big companies, good, definitely they have big investment, big benefit, big things, many things they can change. But in terms of return from the business, always small business give you more returns, and they are trying to grow. That is the thing. Other than that, definitely big company. But definitely they have a very good infrastructures and everything.
Yes, and for those who just joined us on Economics Monday, we're discussing the big companies like ExxonMobil versus everybody else. And with us, we have Bill Trezevant, who runs American Politics on the IBM TV network out of Washington, D.C. Ben Banerjee from Switzerland, who's advisor to money managers and funds in Switzerland. Alexander Starr, who does Investing with Sasha on Wednesdays, and he's out of Canada, and Sharif, who runs the Sharif School of Economics on IBM TV out of Malaysia, and then who just joined us, Ben Coates from Great Britain, the cause of all troubles out of the Great Britain. Tell us, what is your thoughts? Big companies like ExxonMobil who've been delisted, or do you guys back the small companies like Sharif is doing?
We're too busy breaking international laws at the moment, Nick, to be fair, so we don't have much to concentrate. No, on a serious note.
Right.
Yeah. On a serious note, we're in a very difficult position at the moment. I know I've just had a little bit of a laugh about breaking international laws, but it is going to affect our trade. It's going to affect our big businesses, but of course, it's going to affect the small businesses. I'm very much a supporter for the small businesses. We make up the majority of the market, and it's about time that was respected. I think during COVID period, the way small businesses have pivoted to support the larger businesses, to keep on supplying, to keep going, to keep employment rates as high as they possibly could be, has been absolutely amazing. And I think the arrogance of the large companies has to stop. And I think seeing Exxon be delisted is obviously perhaps an eye-opener for the larger companies that, hey, you need to support these small businesses. They're around and you need them now more than ever.
Yeah, I looked at the headlines of the Wall Street Journal. I went through the whole thing, and you know what? How much they mention on small businesses? Zero.
Nothing.
Okay, so for all the advocates of small business, at least the Wall Street Journal, you're getting no love on the front page. You go to the next page, business finance. Oh, we see big business, Novadia small banks. We see all the big businesses, big corporations, How much do we hear about small businesses? Zero. Then you go to wealth management, small businesses, zero. So what is it about small businesses? No one, you guys are backing small businesses. No one knows who you are, and no one cares.
No. Just bear with me one minute, Sharif, because this is what the Mail on Sunday did for us yesterday. Small businesses, and there's my little business there. So so we do get support off our press.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
but you probably paid for that, didn't you?
No, it's
Really?
It's a scheme from the Federation of Small Business,
Wow.
and they picked about 500, 600 businesses to have £3,000 worth of advertising, and I'm just starting my little 2-week project of advertising. So no, I haven't, Nick. It's a £3,000 project, so per customer. So no, I actually haven't. It's a real boost for the small businesses, and it's an amazing little project.
That's absolutely amazing, because over here the small businesses get no love, no newspaper press. They're not on media. Frankly, we don't care. Let's get real. You guys in Washington, which is you guys over there, Bill, you really talk about small business, but really, do you even care? Give a rat's rear.
Well, actually, no. The Republicans wouldn't pass a comprehensive COVID-19 relief, which included an expansion of the Paycheck Protection Program, as well as the EIDL program funding for the Small Business Administration. So you're absolutely right. And it's true that here in the U.S., some reports have said that about 90% of the economic activity in the United States is generated by small businesses. And yet they're the ones that are hurting, and no one is paying attention. I wouldn't say we don't care. I'd say they don't care. I care.
Oh, well, let's go to Switzerland. Ben, okay, you advise all these money funds, but really, do you give any advice to small businesses? Or do they even have them in Switzerland? Can you even afford to be a small business over there?
No. Generally, Swiss economy also, it's something like what Bob mentioned about US. The majority of the businesses are small. You do have big names. You have big pharmaceuticals and medical and trading companies, but they're all depending on small business. Small businesses is a very, very big strength of Switzerland, especially because the middle class.
Yeah, but do they get any press over there? I mean, if you ask
Yes.
me, name a small business over there, they actually do get some press over there. Okay, let's go to our individual investor, the Moscow report and Canada report. Do they back small businesses, or what form of report do you send them into, Sasha?
A lot of small businesses in Russia, it's medium or large-sized businesses that with time becoming small businesses, and they're getting smaller and smaller.
The large business becomes small business.
Yeah, so from high finance and advisors of people like Ben, they're going to microfinance to get their last shot. Not only in business, but perhaps in life as well. So you see, basically small businesses, but look, they don't hire a lot of people. They cannot hire proper lawyers to protect their interests. So basically, I don't know, it's not area of particular interest whatsoever, because there is nothing to squeeze out of small businesses not to make them even smaller. So I don't know what we're talking about here.
But what I can add about Russia is, so Russia had a very big move from after the 89 to the commodities. So Russia, from a technological-based country, became a commodity-based country. Commodities are the biggest business, but now the IT and blockchain and everything has given Russia, by Russia I mean the small businesses, the chance to come back in. So
Yes,
I see
that's
a
true.
lot of small
And that-
businesses in Russia coming up, and they're doing amazing job. They are
Yeah,
coming to Europe, they are going to US, everywhere.
Yes,
Wow.
well, they have very educated workforce and high-tech students. There are a lot of people are being elevated their status, their lifestyle, and so on through these means. And I think that how great they are at the high-tech business. I think America learned in 2016, and now in 2020 it will be another chance.
That's what I was going to say. Isn't it that the elevation of their lifestyle and the micro businesses that are overperforming in Russia are actually the ones that are interfering in everybody else's elections around the world?
Look, let's give Russia credit. Russia's reaching out to the world. It sounds to me through Ben, they're integrating with the European community. They're reaching out to the world. They reach out to the United States. In the meantime, how's Britain doing with Brexit as you guys are leaving the union?
Yeah.
You're leaving the people, and you're having nothing to do with anybody except your tiny little foggy island over there called Great Britain. How's that working for you?
It's going really well, Nick. Honestly, it's going really, really well. We're just on our own, breaking international laws. Nobody wants to deal with us, but Japan we've got to deal with. So just us in Japan now. It just feels like we're on our own and nobody else is around. But we've got a big vote in Parliament at 10 o'clock tonight. There's a lot of people saying they're abstaining, which isn't going to be enough to beat it.
This is really bothering me. One tiny foggy little island has a relationship with another tiny but not so foggy island, and that's your total universe. And you forget about the rest of the world. How does that work for Great Britain?
It doesn't work. That's the point. It doesn't work. But the Conservatives have got such a majority that even if people do abstain tonight, it's not going to make much of a difference. So I expect us to be breaking international law by about 10-12 p.m. UK time. And then by about 10:15, nobody will want to talk to us ever again. So it could be my last day on IBM TV. If so, it's been a real privilege. I am sorry for what the country's done.
No, actually, Ben, that's not quite true because IBM TV is a safe place for you. You know why, Ben?
Go on, Bill.
It's the only place that you can hang out with more than 6 people and not be punished by your government.
It is. I've just done the school run, pick the kids up from school. So the gorgeous day over here. So and we normally walk home with the family up the road, but we can't do that today. We have to keep our distance from that family. So there's like 2 lines of 4 instead of a group of 8. It's a weird situation. I obviously don't know about the ins and outs of the scientist's decision on that, but I'm worried about breaking laws in international laws tonight. That's quite a worry. So I will be watching that at 10 o'clock. But and I do apologise. I know we've got an international community on here now. Firstly, I apologise on behalf of the UK for doing that because it will happen. I don't want to disappoint you. It will happen tonight.
Oh, so you guys are actually going to Brexit tonight? Is that the deal? Are you cutting away from the rest of the world? Is that what's going on?
It's the internal market, Bill, and it's about the Irish border. And the bill is. I mean, we've just had an MP resign over it today already. There's one gone, and it's not even the debate isn't open till 4:30. So never mind the vote. It's just horrendous. It's all about power, isn't it? It's all about power.
Well, I thought you guys, it's the BBC. You wanted drama in Great Britain, and on the tiny little foggy island, there's no drama. So you created this whole thing called Brexit, which has been on the BBC here for weeks. It's like you guys can't figure out, okay, dude, either you're part of the European Union or you're not. You don't want to be part. You want to be on your own tiny foggy island. That's okay. I mean, do we really have a problem with that?
Well, no, actually, Nick, it's smaller than that. And Ben, you can explain. It comes down to whether they're going to have a hard border or a soft border for customs purposes in Ireland. That's what
Yeah.
it's all coming down to, Ben. I mean,
It is.
Wait, it is as simple as, a bridge that Great Britain is willing to walk away from the entire international community. Ben, how do you explain that?
It's about the movement of goods in between the four nations. It's actually nothing to do with the EU itself. It's about the movement of goods within the four nations of the UK. And it overrides.
Wait! Are you telling me the United Kingdom is not really united? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Ben? You
No,
guys can't get your act together over there?
No comment, Your Honour. The bill overrides part of the divorce deal, known as the withdrawal agreement, and it's drawn to ensure that the trade between the four nations can remain barrier free. But of course, I don't actually think Brexit itself is the problem. And if we're honest, what the EU are trying to do is the breakup of the EU is potentially very close if this works.
Yeah.
And what the EU doing is making it as hard as possible for the UK, because then others won't leave the EU. The days of the EU and being as strong as it was is potentially coming to an end. I mean, it's been 50 years now of that. But if Britain can break away and succeed, it will make other countries break away and succeed, and it will break the EU. And Ben's obviously nodding his head there in agreement. He's from a European country. I think you agree with me there, don't you, Ben?
Yeah. I mentioned this also last time. I spoke in the British Parliament about Brexit 7 or 8 years back. So, and at that moment, when you guys had referendum, at least you had the privilege of having that referendum. I grew up in Holland, and we are the founding members of EU. If we would have had the referendum at that moment, Holland would have left, Finland would have left, Austria would leave, Italy would leave, Greece would leave. There's a long list of countries who will leave EU if they have the chance.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Why would they leave, Ben? I mean, what? Usually, united their strength. Okay, we found that out in the United States of America, in case you didn't know. Okay, and dividing, you're weak. Okay, so what you're telling me is the countries over in Europe would prefer to be weak. Is that correct, Ben? Is that what you guys look at?
Okay, it's like. Sorry, I don't know which Ben you were talking to there.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's two Bens now. But in my eyes, it's like saying the United States is all as one. You're not. You've got different elements even in the States. And if you think about the EU, you've got different cultures, you've got different countries, you've got different people and a different power. France and Germany try and be very powerful in the EU because they put more in. That's what they say. And it's like any business deal. So there's two.
Germany puts more in, not France. France is a getter.
Well, France always runs away, Ben, but that's another subject, isn't it?
Hey, where's Ankit? We need a 3-second delete. Ankit. Did you hear what that
Allegedly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, allegedly. Sorry, I should put that. But no, you're right, Ben. It's all about the power. It's all about the say-so. And if you don't adhere to what the powerful people want in the EU, it's like kids and they throw their toys out the cart and say, "Oh, I'm not going to vote for this." And they've all got things and. It's just a complete mess. The truth is, there should be power in the EU, but there should be power in the States, in all your different states joining as one. The truth is, then there's never going to be because there's too many commercial interests.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, the thing is, it's amazing to see that the European Union can't be a union and the United Kingdom cannot be united, yet the United States of America, not to remind everybody here, the world's largest economy, still stays united, even though we can't seem to agree on our politics. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our daily politic feed from our Washington, D.C. correspondent, Bill Trezevant. Give us an update on politics.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. There are 49 days left until the presidential election. In open defiance of state regulations and his own administration's pandemic health guidelines, President Donald Trump hosted his first indoor rally since June, telling a packed, nearly massless Nevada crowd that the nation was, quote, making the last turn in defeating the virus. Vice President Mike Pence has canceled plans to attend a Trump campaign fundraiser in Montana following revelations that the event's host had expressed support for the QAnon conspiracy theory. A new report accuses the Trump administration of transferring $4 million from the fund created to cover medical services for firefighters, first responders, and EMTs who rushed to ground zero on 9/11. The Treasury Department has not commented. Over the weekend, Biden continued to focus on his economic rescue plan and rolled out a new series of campaign ads focused on preserving and expanding health insurance. The New York Times reports that Joe Biden's campaign is making preparations for a drawn-out legal battle over the November election as wrangling over mail voting escalates and President Trump refuses to promise that he will accept the official results if he loses. In building what amounts to a legal war room that will be on call throughout the final days of the campaign and beyond, the Biden team has enlisted 2 former Solicitor Generals and hundreds of other lawyers. Separately, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg is committing at least $100 million to help Joe Biden's presidential campaign in the crucial battleground state of Florida. Also, the Democratic mega-donor Susan Sandler revealed today that she would pour $200 million into racial justice efforts, including support for a number of progressive organizations that are working to register new voters from underrepresented groups in battleground states. Finally, in a clear sign of the dismantling of the National Rifle Association, the NRA's influence appears to have come to an end. This year, the NRA has spent $9.2 million on political expenditures. This figure pales in comparison to the $54.4 million the NRA spent in 2016. Now, there was one development from Capitol Hill late last week that almost went unnoticed. The Republican Senate actually passed a bill. It was Senate Resolution 688. The measure declared September 25th, 2020, National Lobster Day. It will be interesting to see how many Americans can actually afford to celebrate with lobster, given the Republican Senate's failure to pass comprehensive COVID-19 relief, including money for the unemployed, support for the states, support for small businesses, and a plan to rescue the economy. Nevertheless, the measure is a win for lobsters, which were once so looked down upon that it was served to prisoners in New England who sued, arguing that lobster meals constituted cruel and inhumane treatment under the Constitution. Rapper Kanye West will not qualify to be on the presidential ballot in the battleground state of Wisconsin after missing a filing deadline a judge ruled late Friday, upholding a bipartisan decision by the state's election commission. The decision is expected to be repealed. In other news, TikTok has chosen Oracle over Microsoft as the American tech partner that could help keep the popular video share app running in the US, according to a person familiar with the deal. Generally, global shares rose Monday despite the roller coaster ride that Wall Street ended with last week as traders awaited indications from the Federal Reserve, which are to be announced later this week. Finally, the current COVID death toll from Johns Hopkins University is over 194,084 American souls lost and 924,643 global souls lost with no end in sight. That is your report for this day, September 14, 2020, from IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, smart television for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning. Good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant.
He says good night to you, Sharif. Just to let you know, because it is 10 after 11 p.m.
Yes.
in Malaysia. You know, so and he says good morning to me because it's in the morning, and good afternoon to people else around. Yes, Sharif, Alexander.
I must tell you, there was a very funny episode in one of the Russian talk shows a couple of days ago when the guy was asked if he would be upset if his date on the very first date would order lobster. And he said that it's impossible because in McDonald's they don't serve lobsters.
And it was great to see. It was great to see, Nick, When you were going on about the United States of America, you're actually on about the lobster world, Nick. I really get that now.
Well, the thing is, that's the important thing that was passed by our Congress, I mean, our senators, is National Lobster Day. Now, with that, for those who will be celebrating around the world with us, we also have next week, we have International Day of Peace. Now, I didn't create that. That was created by the United Nations 40 years ago. So far, there are a lot of countries that don't recognize it, but there are a lot of countries that do recognize International Day of Peace. There are some countries that just like to squabble, like Great Britain, and they want to exit, they want to entrance. You're not never sure what they want to do, but they apparently they don't go to war over it, which is pretty good. But with that, our programming is going to change. Next week, we've been bounced to 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock Eastern time. And Ben, I don't know how that translates over to Switzerland. It's just that we're going to be moved back 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll be moved back several hours. So we're going to be starting at 1 o'clock Eastern time, whatever it is in your time zone. Oh, I know what it is in your time zone, Sharif. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. However, however, I will be able to get a 10 to 11. So if you, we can do 10 to 11 and then 1 to 3 next week. That's because International Day of Peace has disrupted what we're doing from 11 to 1. We've been co-opted by these things called celebrities. Apparently, Michael Douglas, Leonardo DiCaprio, Stevie Wonder, and Ringo Starr is going to take our spots. So you guys just got bounced. Sorry. You know, you know.
Joking.
I'm not joking.
Let me just Google them people, see who they are again.
Right.
Okay, here are these people. I don't know them personally. It's actually been done out of our affiliate in New York, who's been doing international peace for years. Anyway, the people that are going to be on the 11 to 1 slot will be Michael Douglas. Apparently has a big deal with them. I remember him from Wall Street. I thought that was pretty good. Leonardo DiCaprio, the Wolf of Wall Street. See, these guys could be on Economics Monday. Then we have Stevie Wonder, who plays music, and we have Ringo Starr, who's from your neck of the woods, dude. Ben, he's one of your guys. Anyway, and then it's starting at 1 o'clock. We actually have a $1 billion fund manager. I'll see if I get Ben on also on the 1 o'clock time, which, like I said, I don't know what translates to your time, but he's already confirmed. Yeah, he runs a $1.5 billion, and he owns it, a $1.5 billion fund here in the United States. So we're going to bring our fund managers on, and we're going to schedule out. Sharif, what we'll do with you, we'll schedule you around 10 o'clock in the morning our time, so it'll be 10 o'clock in the evening yours. So I got the 10 to 11 slot, then I get bounced by these celebrities, and then I got 1 to 3. Mm-hmm. So just let you know, and that's International Day of Peace. And they've asked us to do something on peace. Now, that's going to be a hard thing for Great Britain, who we well know started all the wars over the last several decades, but excuse me, several centuries. I'm sorry.
Yeah, centuries.
Okay, yeah. Centuries, yes. Okay. Since they're, and so we got to do some themes on international peace starting next week for 1 day only. Then we can get back to our Economics Monday discussions. So I just want to let you know, and the audience know that, yes, we've been co-opted by these celebrities. Now, my question is this: should celebrities be allowed to do this co-op Economics Monday? I mean, seriously, I didn't even ask you guys. If Michael Douglas wanted to take your spot, would you tell him no? Because we have the right to say, look, guys, you guys may be celebrities, but it's our time. You know, so what are your thoughts on that, Sharif? Because you like the little guy, and these are big guys that are kind of pushing us around. So what is your thoughts on that?
Okay, no, definitely. Like example, if when any celebrity come, maybe you get more global attractions. People will observe your show. This is good. But beside that, always I said that small is beautiful, less is more. And I always request to all of the small people involved with politics. Do not avoid politics, because politics is ultimately way of getting your power, way of getting your solutions. So the more you give the opportunity to big businessmen and the big corporate and the politicians doing their job privately, give them some push, do involve with politics, and let's focus on micro initiatives and microeconomics. Then ultimately your life will be more easy. So this is my economic strategy. And definitely, I think IBM TV also bringing many not only the celebrities, they also focusing on me. I'm a small man, so I want to give a special thanks to IBM TV, how they bringing the people from around the world. I think from 100 of the countries, they're bringing people.
Yeah, we're going to be in 122 countries.
120.
Next week. Yeah, and actually we can thank our other sponsor, which is the American International Chamber of Commerce, for helping us out. So we'll be next week in 122 countries, and also the other network we're working with, which is a Good News Network out of New York, who's been a sponsor of the World Peace Initiative, which is known as the International Day of Peace. So that's going to be next week on IBM TV. And I don't have any problems with all that. I just have a problem with these celebrities pushing us to a different time zone.
Well,
and what do you think about that, Mr. Bill Trezevant?
Can I just before Bill starts, Bill, you do look like Michael Douglas. You do look like Michael Douglas, sir. You are the spit of Michael Douglas.
Well, then you'll understand why I would say no.
Oh, yeah. We see. Really, we should have put it to a vote, and then I could go back to these guys and say, "Look, Economics Monday does not want to move because Michael Douglas is going to be on the air." I mean, seriously.
But I mean, I agree with us celebrating International Peace Day, but I don't know why Michael Douglas would necessarily have a monopoly on it. It seems to me that we have a breadth of experience and can talk about it in terms that our viewers will understand. I hope the best for him, but
You hope the best for him. Well, what about this guy Leonardo DiCaprio? Okay, yeah, he was good in the Titanic and the Wolf of Wall Street, but seriously, Ben, would you give up your seat for Leonardo DiCaprio? Would you do that?
Yes, certainly. He is amazing. He's doing such amazing work in the field of climate change and social businesses and enterprises. He's one amazing guy. I would certainly do it. I just wanted to add something to what Sharif mentioned about that all small people should be involved in politics. I think that will work only in democracy, because there are some countries where small people, if they get involved in politics, it won't end very healthy.
Well, let's go to that country over in Russia and Canada. Small people in politics, how does that work out for them over there? Alexander Starr.
Well, small people, they're so small that nobody can notice them in Russia. But even big people, such as Navalny, or even Garry Kasparov, and many other well-known people, and I wouldn't call them small people, they cannot absolutely have any word in terms of whether it's a foreign policy or internal politics of Russia. And Kasparov, in one of his recent interviews, he mentioned that while in Russia, he had to have the bodyguards with him and so on. And that actually didn't help him much. He was beaten quite a few times. And as a result of it, he had to leave Russia for good. He lives now in United States, New Jersey. Navalny got his poison, so-called Novichok, and is now recovering in Germany. And hopefully he will be alive, but there is no evidence that his health will be restored to previous strength. Unfortunately, there are long-lasting effects of this. And now Kasparov, by the way, Kasparov did analysis. Maybe that local authorities just decided to please Putin and trying to poison him. Absolutely incorrect for two reasons. Number one, Navalny is not a subject of decision making of local authorities. It's only Putin can make decisions about Navalny. And number two is that its decision making comes from Putin. Not only that, but the poison itself is available only in secret government laboratories. So even if there would be a decision from the very top, which definitely was, they also had to supply the poison itself. to poison Navalny. So both things happen. The only reason is that Navalny is alive is that it's very still difficult. And remember that in the United Kingdom, when as they were trying to poison Skripal and his daughter, and they stayed alive, and same thing happened with Navalny. They still didn't figure out the dose of that poison, because if they will give very strong dose, obviously the person would die, but then it would be detected. And they're trying to do it the way that person would die, but it's not going to be detected. So they still didn't master. They need many more cases similar to practice their dosage of this
So Sasha,
medicine.
if I hear you correctly, you're saying that that small people or medium people in Russia, they get a health check and a vacation, and that's how they get dealt with. Is that right?
You know what? I think they're happy to be alive. That's what they're all trying to do. It's one thing. It's just to be alive.
Yeah, you don't want to go to the gulag. That's not a good idea of a vacation on anything. What do they call it? East of the Urals is not a good place, right, Sasha, to hang out. Would that be correct?
Yeah, it's still correct. It was even more so correct in about 1930s, 1940s. And don't forget, by the way, that if you compare Russia of that time with Germany, so with all horrific things that Germans did, but at least they were not killing their own people. And what Stalin did, Stalin actually killed more Soviet people than Germans and Italians and Romanians and whoever else put together several times.
Yep.
You know, and that what Stalin did, actually, he's by far number one in the world hierarchy.
Yeah, so the First Amendment that they have over here really wasn't recognized over there. You know, the right to freedom of speech is not a good idea over there. But what about International Day of Peace? Is Russia looking forward to the International Day of Peace? They celebrate that? Because I know they don't really like getting invaded by the European Union, which is not a union anyway that we see. But are they in favor of the International Peace Day over there?
First of all, they are much less fearful of invasion since Britain left the European Union. So obviously, European Union is not in a position as now to invade Russia. It would remind me when in the 60s, Ireland, remember when it declared the war on Soviet Union, and I told the story already before, when Brezhnev at the time, General Secretary, he phoned Irish Prime Minister and says, well, I've heard you declared the war. Oh, how unfortunate. How many tanks do you have? He said, we have 85 tanks. And Brezhnev says, wow, we have 12,500 tanks. And how many planes do you have? Well, we have 105 planes. And Brezhnev says, we have 25,500 planes. There was a pause, and then a prime minister says, well, the war has been cancelled. So so I think that would be a continuation of that type of declared wars. Now, Russia is, of course, Russia loves peace. But to have peace going, you need a good peacekeeping forces. And the United States actually of the same thinking that to have peace, you must have a good peacekeeping forces. So both countries have a great peacekeeping forces. They started already practice a couple of weeks ago in Syria, and both sides seems to be quite happy with what happened. Although America was trying to downplay this exercise, where several American soldiers were unconscious, and nobody even knows if they're still alive. However, let's hope they are alive. So Russia will contribute probably to a world peace by great peacekeeping forces.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. Speaking of peace, since we need a lot of peace over in Great Britain, what are you guys doing over there except fighting each other? Have you guys even thought of International Peace Day, or does that even exist as a concept over in Great Britain?
Well, firstly, just going back to your query about being replaced by these stars, do we invoice them direct or do we invoice them through IBM TV our fees?
I'll have to talk to our legal counsel about that. That's a good point.
It's not a big thing in the UK. It should be, but it's not a big thing in the UK. But I think it's the matter of individual charities pushing it, individual people. There's no real joined up effort, which is such a shame, because of course the power is with more people in it, and the more people that get involved, the bigger day it'll be. I'm glad to be part of it for the first time this year on IBM TV. I'm looking forward to it. But it's the first time being able to get involved in anything, because there's, like I say, there's just nothing joined up in the UK. But that's not unusual. I mean, we don't even recognise international law. Don't mind International Peace Day.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised on that. So, Sharif, what about International Peace Day? Is Malaysia recognize International Peace Day, or do you guys just really don't care?
364 days is a peaceful day. Malaysian people never go for war. They never use like buy any arms for fighting. They're always wearing mask, Okay, so Malaysia is the whole year is a peaceful. So here people is very disciplined. Yes, in Malaysia we will arrange different kind of activities, and that we run World Talent Economy Forum. So different university, different policymakers, corporations, small business organizations, entrepreneurs, they will arrange something interesting that how they can make it. But country wise, I always said Malaysia is a very peaceful country. After the COVID situation, everybody visit Malaysia. You can find a very secure and safety place. I'm not representing Malaysia. Actually, I'm not trying to sell anything from Malaysia. But fact is that this is true. Even after visiting around 36 countries, I find that this country is very peaceful. So it's really peaceful. You do not never find that they go for war, this, that. So their politician and their business organizations, they want to make it as much as business friendly, and that is the result they're getting in the COVID-19 situation. That's the not in a sudden way, that year and year they are continuing some good work, they're getting the result.
Mm-hmm. No, I think you guys are very impressive over there, especially containing COVID-19. But as I go through my papers, like the MIT Technology Review, I go through the Wall Street Journal. Okay, I go through the New York Times and some of my other papers. You know how much they mention Malaysia over here?
Yes, I know.
It's almost like other than you showing up on IBM TV, we don't even know they exist. Great Britain, we do know exist, and we do recognize them. We just don't have any choice not to recognize them. Yes, Ben.
Malaysia is in the same column as the small business part.
Yeah, it's just that you guys get no love over here at all. It's just that it's kind of amazing. So we get you on IBM TV, but it sounds to me as you have a bit of a paradise going over there. Why would you want anything to do with the rest of the world when it sounds to me you have peace, you have a good economy, you have people that like each other, you actually obey the rules, and you don't have a huge spread of coronavirus? I think your deaths are less than 200, right?
128.
128
yes.
total.
Yes.
Okay, now think about that. Bill,
Yeah.
your friends in Washington, D.C., how many deaths do we have in the United States? He has 128 in Malaysia. How are you doing in Washington?
We have 194,084 American souls lost as of today.
Okay, now where's the world's largest economy? Is it Malaysia or is it the United States, Bill?
The United States. Nick.
Okay, which country spends more on medical care, United States or Malaysia, Bill?
The United States 3 times on average than most of the other industrialized countries.
What country has the most and purportedly the best medical care in the world, the United States or Malaysia?
The United States.
Okay, you add up all those factors. Who has the most deaths by far, the United States or Malaysia in COVID-19?
The United States.
Counselor, this doesn't make any sense. I mean, what's going on here? How come Malaysia, a tiny country with only 30 million people just do so much better than the United States? And we only mentioned the United Kingdom. That foggy island's full of coronavirus. How come Malaysia beats us? What's going on? What's going on, United States and United Kingdom?
Well, it could be that the crackdown on immigration has prevented all the smart people from Malaysia from coming to the United States to advise them.
And what about Russia, the great big country? Russia has a world power in terms of military might and has a lot of engineering brains. How come Russia has so much coronavirus, Alexander?
You see, this is very interesting to see how what advantages has totalitarian regime, which is obviously in Russia. Is at first there was complete denial of coronavirus, and they were saying approximately the same thing. What's his name? Donald Trump was saying here in America that it's a hoax, it's nothing, and so on. Now, when things started to change, and it became obvious that it's quite contagious and it represents a great danger, they very easily, instantly almost, change their tune that, well, now you have to wear masks, you have to stay for 2 weeks at home, and so on. And it was done very instantly without worrying about what will say another political party, and people will say that that we are all changing their tone, and they will start to criticize. There is no such thing in Russia. They're just changing completely, and they can do it almost like every 3 days. They can change their policy as much as they want, and nothing, absolutely nothing will happen. That's one of the advantages of
and then that's why I say there's Bill keeps saying from democracies to dictatorship. I say dictatorships are more efficient. That and you can see, look at the growth of China. And speaking of China, there's Rakesh beaming in from Hong Kong, the very efficient, the very efficient country of China. So how are you handling the COVID-19 over in Hong Kong?
Hong Kong seems to be doing quite well. We had no major issues with COVID-19. It's pretty similar to Malaysia. We are just going about our business in the normal way. It's good in Hong Kong. There's no major problem.
No problem with COVID-19, but your electrics need sorting, Rakesh.
Sorry, they quite catch that.
No problem with COVID-19, but your electrics need sorting.
No, there was just a missed switch.
Oh, really? They had some problems with the electricity over there, Rakesh?
No. It's just my wife switched the wrong switch.
It was internal. Okay. All right. No, I was just wondering what was happening over there, because when we look at the data over here in the United States, we lead the world in terms of coronavirus deaths. UK is not far behind. The quote, democracy, united, whatever they call them. And then we go to Malaysia, we go to Hong Kong, they have very little deaths in coronavirus. And it seems to me that they're doing a much better job over there than they are in the United States. And and Russia, what they did, what I understand, Alexander, they started giving vaccines to the Russian people without any clinical trials. Is that what happened over there?
Well, that's a new development, because this vaccine was announced about a few weeks ago. They did some trials and they already started to vaccinate some people, but there was never an interview with any people who survived trials or are being vaccinated these days. Nobody knows their names, and nobody can find them. So let's assume that some of them are alive, and so the vaccine is going to do well. And as I said before, they have the name of this vaccine, Novichok 2, and also they developed another vaccine by the name Sputnik, which will treat the people who had Novichok 2 and survived. So they will be given Sputnik. and hopefully it will help, or maybe not.
You know, Nick, it's unfortunate, but as you know, as an officer of the court, I'm required to disclose evidence, even if it's against my interest. And I simply wanted to point out to you that we have the world's largest democracy, India, and they've been experiencing significant spikes, which goes to support your argument that perhaps leaner dictatorship-type governments are better at managing the crisis.
Yeah, no, I just think they're more efficient. In other words, in terms of managing the crisis like coronavirus than the quote democracies where everybody wants freedom to do what they want, but freedom doesn't necessarily work when you actually need to abide by what the rules are. And for those who just joined us on IBM TV, we do have Alexander Starr, who runs Investing with Sasha from Toronto, Canada, and also gives us the insights on Russia. Bill Tresvant, our lonely person from the United States of America in Washington, D.C. with the Washington Report. Sharif, who runs the Sharif School of Economics in Malaysia. Ben Coates from Great Britain, who doesn't have a show currently with IBM TV. And Rakesh, who's with Math Plus Science, who currently doesn't, from Hong Kong, who currently doesn't have a show with IBM TV. But with that, this Wednesday we will have Investing with Sasha, and we're just going to give a little preview about what Investing with Sasha looks like for those who come on Wednesday. And anything that I get out of Sasha is you just don't want to invest in the dinosaur companies that exist, or what he calls the zombie companies. Would that be correct, Sasha? The dinosaurs, the zombies, and you have to be very careful with your investing today. You got to do modern investing. That's the reason you got to see modern investing with Sasha. So yes, Bill.
Isn't it also, Sasha, the Russell 2000 as a more accurate predictor of what's going on in the American economy rather than the Dow?
Neither Russell 2000, neither Dow, because Dow is obsolete, as we know. Even with the replacement of ExxonMobil and addition of Salesforce, it's still not representative. The most representatives, I still believe, and not just me, but everybody, is S&P 500. But you see, the S&P 500 is very funny index because the 6 companies at the very top, including Apple and Google and Nvidia and Netflix and so on, these 6 companies represent, as I said before, 24% of the S&P 500. So that means that the other 494 companies, think about it, 944 out of 500, they represent only 76%, in fact. So you might as well, for your own good, separate these 6 companies and concentrate on them, because these companies are so extremely well run. They keep their money abroad. They practically don't pay taxes, and they accumulated trillions of dollars. So these companies are in the class of its own. Nothing can touch the 6 companies. Nvidia, of course, there, and so on. They're moving tremendously well, great liquidity. There is nothing like that. They're in the class of its own. So whether we're dealing with S&P, actually with Russell 2000, I am accumulating large position that index will go down, not only because of Russell 2000 any worse than Dow or other stocks. It's just simply they're the most vulnerable, the least known companies. So once the market will start trembling down, and we know that it's just a matter of time when it's going to be, whether it will be most likely after election, because if Trump wins, there is no need any longer to support Private Donald and save him. If Biden wins, it's even worse because Wall Street is largely for Republicans. And if it will go into the courts, most likely, which will happen, then the market will collapse. Probably Dow will lose 10, 15,000 points easily in a matter of a day or two.
Now, you see, Nick, that's why I said earlier and suggested, and I kind of want to hear from you because you're the grand fromage, that our economy really is teetering on the edge, and everybody's just silent about it, and they're quiet.
Well, yeah. Well, I finally heard it from Sasha, and this is one reason with our companies that we work with, and including our own internal company, we've been parking a lot of cash because what he just said is something I'm waiting for, where he goes, the Dow drops 10 to 15,000 points in a day. And see, here's the real problem with that. If you're in the market and the Dow goes down 10 to 15,000 in one day, you frankly just can't get out fast enough. In other words, you're going to take the big ride down, and I've been waiting for that day, which will be a D day. It'll be a Dow day, where the market just collapses because after a while they go, the data just doesn't support the valuations that we've been seeing in companies. This is what we've seen in our pension business. And yeah, we run, 350 companies' pensions around the country, not around the world, but around the United States. And we positioned them for the big D-Day. We thought the D-Day would take place months ago, literally. But then Congress, in their infinite wisdom, came up, and the Fed drops interest rates to near zero, and Congress pumps in $3.5 trillion. What does it do? It just delays D-Day. Exactly. So I'm waiting for D-Day, to take place, and then when D-Day takes place, then our cash is going to come back and become a player in the market space. Anyway, that's what we're looking at right now. I'd like to hear from Sasha.
The great difference, though, with what you're trying to do and what I'm trying to do is that I want also to make a lot of money on its way down. Okay, you're waiting until it drops down, and then you will start building up position. I want to make money on the way down, all the way. And you see, what's happening now is that all the processes on Wall Street, they've been compressed to almost unreal situation where, if you remember previous recessions, it took months, if not years. And the remember recession of 73, 74, it was well beyond I came over from Russia. But I studied the markets well enough to know that it was taking very painful extraction of wealth from U.S. investors. It was dropping one day 1%, another day 1.5%, then yet another 0.5%. It was almost like a daily torture. Now, what's happened in March of this year, all that took 3 days, and market dropped down 60% or so. So everything is compressed, and then it started a very quick recovery, especially those 6 wonder stocks that I mentioned before. So everything is compressed. You have to daily monitor the market and see what's happened and so on. Take, almost a little bit in, out. Okay, I may sell one day, say 10 puts on Goldman Sachs, right? Okay, stop going my direction. I liquidate half of my position to lock in the profit, and I still have the other one. So you cannot buy and hold investment theory by Warren Buffett and other great investors. It's all obsolete, doesn't work anymore. Out, gone, bye-bye, goodbye.
Right. I totally agree with you that buy and hold, because if you bought and hold Exxon, you're betting on the way down. What about JCPenney? That's a good stock. Forget it. Blockbuster's gone. Circuit City's gone. There's so many big name companies that are in the graveyards right now that if you invest in a buy and hold strategy and you bought and hold the wrong one, Sasha, you are just so toast. So I agree with you. You got to be more nimble, especially in a market space like this. What I'm doing is I'm with our our funds were just sitting on the sidelines waiting. And every week I got a report, hey, when are you going to make a move? I'm waiting for that D-Day to take place. In other words, that 10 to 15,000 drop, with our friends in Washington not responding. Because remember, you guys were supposed to put together another $1 to $3 trillion package to be sent out, which of course would push D-Day back further again. And what's happening with that $1 to $3 trillion package, Bill?
Okay, well, briefly, just to bring our audience back up to speed. Initially, the House has passed a $3.2 trillion measure. And during the course of negotiations, the Senate Republicans in the White House had offered a $1.2 trillion compromise. The House Democrats came back and offered $2.2 trillion. So they took off like $1 trillion. And then the Senate Republicans came back and said, well, if you don't like $1.2 trillion, we're going to try to pass a measure offering you only $500 billion, which failed miserably. And that was the crash and burn of those discussions for now, because we are in the midst of hyper politics and nobody wants to move. The Democrats want to see if there's a political advantage to the continuing suffering for the next 49 days. And the Republicans want to be able to run on the position platform that the Democrats are obstructing the recovery and that Donald Trump is the victim. So that's where that stands right now.
And just to put it in perspective, what they're planning to spend in one day exceeds the entire economy of the United Kingdom. Excuse me. Okay, so just to put it in perspective, what we will spend here in the United States, because we are the world's largest economy, exceeds the entire economy of Great Britain. While you guys are still messing around with this Brexit deal, we're going to spend more in one day than you guys can figure out in Great Britain on your Brexit. So
you interest me though when you mentioned D-Day, because it's going to be interesting the time of day it happens as well, because that has a massive effect on what markets it affects and when. Because sometimes if it affects you from 4 or 5 o'clock onwards UK time, there's still time for it to recover. There's still time for other markets to trade efficiently. So the timing of day that it happens, and you seem to be saying, Nick, it's going to happen over the day. Well, you open up at 2 o'clock our time, so we've got two hours of trading left while that starts. So hopefully, you are going to have an effect on the world's economy, on the world's markets. You know that. It depends how big an effect you have as to when other markets open. But to be honest, is everything overinflated at the moment? Yes, it is. If we're honest, nothing matches the living wage that the general public earn. So is it a bad thing when this happens? Yes, of course it is for the majority, but it also starts bringing things back in line. And it's a natural. If we're honest, it's natural. It's just a cycle. The collapses happen and then we recover, and then the collapses happen and recover. We're never going to stop that. It's always boom or bust, no matter what the politicians say. And if it's come up to that rocky time, it's come to that rocky time. We need to settle down. Listen to Investing with Tasha, so we can all make a bit of money on IBM TV with it. And of course, you've got the added part of a US election. It's never happened around election time, though. Often, does it, Bill?
Yeah, and I'll also go on record that the month that the market collapse traditionally is October. Right. That's of 1929 and 1987. So what we're looking at least in our pension fund analysis, is that we're looking for the panic to take place in October of this year. That we're looking for a big market crash. In other words, and it's really hard to use predictive analysis to give you the exact date, time, but historically the month is October, and if history repeats itself in October, we're going to see, if they don't do anything in Washington D.C.
Right.
Bill, okay, I always put the Washington D.C. caveat, because you guys pull this out of the first crash, and our bets were delayed. But if you guys don't do anything in October, I believe you're going to see a huge correction. I totally agree with Alexander Starr. It's going to take place in 1 or 2 days. It'll be in the range of 10 to 15,000 points and not a V shape upwards. It'll go like this and sit. which it did basically in 1987, 2008, and also in 1929. And we're going to see a repeat of that. So that's
it's
our
a
bet.
so-called L-shaped recovery. You know, L-shaped.
It'll be
down,
L-shaped, straight down, and then go like this.
Yeah, well,
right.
That's still not a recovery because
It's not going to be a recovery because here's what happens. It's the ripple effect into the real estate market. In other words, the real estate market's going to get hammered right behind it. So whoever wins the election will probably lose because they're going to be hit with a big problem that they're going to face. Which, by the way, Obama did a great job. I agree with you on the crash of 2008, Alexander, because when I looked at it and we were looking at from our pension funds, we believed that they would be doing okay, but they would not. It would be a lot slower and a lot difficult calculus to get out of that bind in 2008. But, he was able to make a remarkable comeback. What we're waiting for is that crash, and then you're going to see a lot of people hurting right afterwards.
Except, Nick, this is a question I have for you, and that's this. For the pension funds that are not being cautious, that is to say that they are not parking their cash and moving out of risky positions, that when D-Day comes, the impact on them, are we looking at mass failures of other pension funds?
Okay. Yeah. Good question. Well, if you followed what happened in the pension area, General Motors purchased $29 billion of annuities from Prudential. FedEx bought $7.5 billion. They moved into annuities also from Met, Prudential, and a consortium. So did Verizon, so did Sherwin-Williams. Almost all the major pension funds in the United States have moved into cash in the last several years. Actually, they've been moving into it. So most of them immunized against the market by going into insurance company annuities, which is where we put most of our funds. And that's the good news. The bad news, annuities usually buy corporate bonds, treasuries, fixed instruments, and the interest rates are going down. So we've experienced a loss of interest in a lot of respects over our funds, but it should not affect dramatically the pension funds in the United States because they're parked into cash and to government bonds and fixed instruments. So it's not going to affect that. What will affect is the people that are in 401ks. Okay.
Well, no, but what about
they're the ones that are going to get.
What about the underfunded pensions that exist out there?
Okay, the underfunded pensions will also get hit pretty hard. They'll become even more underfunded, and then what happens is that some of them that are covered by the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation will send their liabilities to the PBGC. Now ours are in the. I'd say we're at like 98% of our funds, our pensions are fully funded, and they're in fixed instruments. So we're not gonna have an effect, at least on our pension funds. Right. But what does, it affects the client's ability to contribute to next year's pensions. That's what I've seen in 2008, because their businesses get off, and this crash that may take place in October, which is not this month, but it's coming around the circle. And Sasha was the first one that was looking like we're looking at 2 days, 10,000, 15,000 foot drop. Okay, those people are all going to be affected because they're going to look at their 401ks and find the values have been cut in half, literally overnight. And we've already seen this been down here before. It's nothing new.
I know, but Nick, I mean, I just want to drill down on that for a second. But before that, I just want to kind of describe the scene that I think that we are collectively hearing. And that is this, that if a crash does occur, and starting with, the stock market, people will be hit. And then the 401ks, and you should, talk more about that. But then the unfunded liabilities from the pensions go over to the the Pension Guarantee Board. Then we're looking at the need for a federal bailout, the size of which may be as big as AIG, wouldn't you say? Well,
if you get a lot of funds, if you get a hit on the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation big enough, then yes. What they've been doing is increasing PBGC premiums so that everybody, we all pay into that. To guarantee these funds. It's going to be a very interesting situation that takes place next Monday on IBM TV on our 1 o'clock time, which, like I said, we got pushed with celebrity. We'll have Dennis Stearns, who actually manages over $1.5 billion in assets, will be on our show. He promises to bring his A game about what he's doing with his $1.5 billion, which when you're managing those types of funds. See, the thing is, what makes our job easy managing pension funds, we're limited as to what we can invest in. So I don't have to look at the whole market. He manages 1.5 billion in everybody's funds, and so he has a whole huge amount of investment disparities that he can invest in. So it'll be very interesting to see his take on what they're doing and how they're protecting themselves against what could be a potential financial meltdown. I don't see how they're. Honestly, hey Bill, if you guys don't bail this thing out, I don't see how it's going to stop. Now Sasha's just going to put puts everywhere. He's going to bet on the downside everywhere.
And of course, as I said before, what could be better than investing all your money in a mattress? It's to invest in two mattresses.
Two mattresses, right?
Absolutely.
Or for those who parked it into gold, they parked it into gold already. So
yeah, I have position in gold, of course. I fail to see how gold will not move into at least 2,500 an ounce. And the companies that I'm investing is a Barrick Gold, which is symbol gold. Their cost of production of 1 ounce is $900. So if ounce of gold is even like 2,000 now or near 2,000 now, and their cost of production is only 900, how this company will not make more and more profits? You should tell me.
Yeah, no, they should. I mean, if you're investing in production of gold, then right?
Yeah, well, it's a company that has incredible gold resources, of course, proven resources, and the cost of production is only $900 an ounce. So this company is is like people say, sitting on a gold mine. They're sitting on several gold mines.
Sure. Right. Right. Well, I mean, that's how the oil industry did so well, is that their cost of production was so low relative to what they could sell at a barrel. And then when the barrels went down in value, they went down. And so they had some problems. But the real problem, Sasha, isn't investing in a company like that. I would totally agree. The problem is finding that company to invest in. So how do you go about finding that company that is producing gold at 900 an ounce when we know it sells close to 2,000 an ounce?
Well, first of all, there is a handful of gold companies that I study for a long time, and it's beside Barrick, it's gold. It's definitely Newmont Gold, Kirkland Gold. But in my opinion, it fits into many investment objectives. Is a Barrick Gold. Their stock is relatively inexpensive. It's now about $30 a share. So you can build a really large position. And when I build the position, again, I'm not buying shares. I just selling puts. And if and when I get exercised, I'm purchasing some more shares, but obviously at lower price than they're sharing today. For example, even today, what's happened is that I just sold 50 puts, expiring September 25, 30 puts with expiration price of $30. And so I got for each put almost 92 cents. So if I will be exercised, my price of Barrick will be 30 minus 92 cents. It's only $29.08, whereas it's trading now at around 30. And now from the premiums that I've earned, I also bought gold, same expiration date, calls. Now, why did I buy calls? Because in my own theory, is buying options. It's a waste of money, and it doesn't serve a preservation of capital. But it's a very special case. First of all, I'm not even paying with my own money. I'm paying a part of the money that were given to me for selling puts. Number one. Number two, if indeed gold will start moving higher, which can happen almost any day, puts will expire worthless. I wouldn't worry about that. But I will leave on the table upside of the gold moves up. So I have I sold 50 puts and I bought only 25 calls. So of course my upside is still there, quite significant, and that purchase is financed by gold, buying gold itself, by selling me puts. Okay, by accommodating my premiums and puts. So this is again. Look, I'm not hiding my strategy. I'm sharing them on my shows, and people who are willing to learn a few things or two, you're always welcome to come.
Yeah. And they'll make money with you on the way down, right? And then on the way down.
Money on the way down will be made from TZA. It's a triple bear on Russell 2000 stocks. And when market will start unraveling, I think Russell 2000, it was the first one to go down. And with the triple bear position, which also I didn't buy directly. I was selling, and I'm still selling puts on TZA, but I'm also buying half of the position on calls, and some of the calls will expire worthless in a few days. So once they will expire worthless, I will sell even more calls. So essentially, I built my position, which is by now quite significant, not even with my money, but with the market's money.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we're at the top of the hour, and just want to share that next week we're going to be celebrating International Peace Day, and I think we have a preview of what that's going to look like.
In 1981, the United Nations established the International Day of Peace on September 21st, a day for us all to pause our busy lives, take a breath, look at our neighbors, and to be at peace. A day to celebrate our differences, to hug our neighbors. A day to celebrate humanity on this vast planet. In 2020, we need this moment more than ever. A moment of respite from the fighting, conflicts, and chaos we're all going through. Join us live on IBM TV on September 21st from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time to take a moment to celebrate our differences and join together in our virtual community for the International Day of Peace.
Wow. Nick's gone.
No, we're here. Nick is just taking a break.
I made the cut.
Yeah,
that was a pretty good break, eh? I actually have quite a few breaks here. Let's see here. Oh wait, here's another one. International Day of Peace.
IBM TV, thank you so much for supporting International Peace Month. It's ever more important during this time of collective stress and uncertainty that I find some activity to incorporate in my day that brings me peace and joy and serenity. One of those activities is tea. May you find what brings you joy and soothes you and brings you peace.
Now the Brits should know a lot about that, because on all their television show, they get in a big fight and then say, "Time for tea." Like everybody stops fighting, they'll go run and grab some tea.
For us, tea means something different.
Well,
yeah,
we have won world wars on the basis of drinking tea. So come on, let's be honest about it now. Drinking tea has won world wars.
Okay, Ben, when was the last time Great Britain won a world war without American help?
Oh, well, we didn't want. Well,
that's a low blow there, buddy.
I'll tell you what, we're allies, Bill. Allies. That's me, friend.
There we go.
We don't want to fall out with everybody in Britain, just most of the people, I think,
Right.
We don't want to fall out with everybody. So if we can keep the calm on IBM TV, at least we can say Britain's got some kind of hope in the future going forward.
That's the whole idea. They're hanging on to that last shred of hope, IBM TV. But during Brexit, we may not see them again, because who knows?
Brexit happened. There's actually a government doc. Actually, this is really interesting. There's a government document gone round telling them not to mention Brexit. Brexit happened on the 31st of January. All we're trying to do now is the deal. We've done the divorce deal. It's the future deal that we're trying to do. So the government advisors are not trying to say the word Brexit anymore. That's really fascinating because most people in the world see it as Brexit still.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we also have some more commercials on the International Day of Peace.
Hello, everybody. We are Some Nobodies. I'm Zach. And I'm Dylan. And you can find us here on Sundays at 4:30 Eastern and Talking Upstream, which is our cool show where we take this whiteboard, which you see, and kind of teach people how to write stories. But more importantly, we want to talk about Peace Day, which is coming up on September 21st, and what peace means to us.
Yeah, peace is compassion, empathy, understanding for your fellow person.
And acceptance, and just letting people be people.
Yeah, do no harm, best you can.
Yeah. Either way, Peace Day is on September 21st. We appreciate it.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. For those who haven't caught that show, that's Some Nobodies and Talking Upstream on IBM TV, in case you missed that. So anyway, they're going to be with International Day of Peace. And we also have something from one of our directors.
Peace, what does it mean to me? I am a big proponent of world peace.
Peace is compassion, empathy, understanding.
What are you willing to do for peace?
Peace is
the ability to see the positive side of every experience and realize that no matter what happens, it helps you grow to become the best version of you.
Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better.
Peace is the highest goal of our species.
That was great.
Yeah, can you believe that? That's from our producers at IBM TV. We have all this great content, and notice I'm actually running it. This way, my producers and directors going, "Wow, you never put a commercial on NHPs. All you want to do is talk about economics and making money." They do have a point. But we'll run some International Day of Peace commercials, hopefully throughout this week, because we're celebrating it on IBM TV, exclusive worldwide distribution to over 122 countries and 450,000 corporations. International Day of Peace on September 21st, only on IBM TV. All the other major media, you know how much attention they're getting on International Day of Peace?
Same as Malaysia and the small businesses are in the papers.
Yeah. They're not talking about it at all.
Also, we have a news release, and we'll share it with all of you. We'll be, with our team, push it out to your media as well. Just because we're media doesn't mean we don't advertise with other media about something that's this big. So we do have a press release with the United Nations that yours truly below helped us compose. Couldn't do it without you. And but let's get that out there, kind of peddle the idea so that everybody is, watching us on World Peace Day.
Right. That's
that
was
energizing. We have
I know. I like I said, a lot of these things I actually haven't seen, so I was going, well, I'd be curious to see what they developed on International Day of Peace. But we do have a big day going on, and that'll be on September 21st. For those who are listening, yes, we're being bounced. We'll have the 10 to 11 slot, and then we're going from 1 till 3 slot. And we have to move over, and eventually we'll have our friends Michael Douglas, Leonardo DiCaprio, Stevie Wonder, and Ringo Starr, and I'll be able to put them on and see what they have to say about International Day of Peace. Notice they don't talk about the economics or other things that we discuss here on IBM TV. Chess players? Let me think. We do have one chess player in the house, Alexander Starr, who runs our Chess Stars and has a really great show. Let's take a look at it. And from there, yes, Sasha?
Our last Saturday's, just a couple of days ago, program was about chess Olympiads. And we played one very interesting clip where people from many, many countries singing a well-known song. And it was very, very emotional. And I had two grandmasters from one Michael Marin from Romania and one Suat Atalik from Turkey, but now living in Bosnia Herzegovina. And very interesting that a couple of weeks ago with the same people, we were discussing that some tournaments and so on, and teaching in chess, and they were all in conclusion, they came to the same thing, that obviously all the grandmasters, they're doing all this for money, and this is the most significant. But when it came to chess Olympiads, they all confessed that this is a lovely tournament where people, first of all, they're getting together, like each country fields a team, 6 men and 4 women. Now it's been changed, 5 men, 5 women. So full equality now. And but that also was very calculated move, because in Olympiads people are getting very friendly, and when you have 6 men and only 4 women, so women have advantage. It's much easier for them to find a person of interest of opposite gender, and so now it's all equal: 5 men, 5 women in each team. And these Olympiads are a fantastic gathering. People very friendly, people fall in love. And we discussed, actually, we watched this program last Saturday. We discussed many occasions when ladies fell in love with men from different teams. And they were leaving their own team, and they wouldn't play even decisive game. That's what's happened with the Soviet Union team in 1988 in Greece. Their board, Anna Akhmelovska, unfortunately deceased, she fell in love with John Donaldson, captain of U.S. team.
Right.
And they both ran away from Olympiad.
They did.
Yeah, I remember the captain of Russian team. He told me that, well, look, I understand people fell in love, but why did you do it before the last round? She could take the last round's game and then fell in love and run away.
And that would be okay.
The opposite.
Right.
Because there is a lot of human drama in this chess Olympiad.
Yeah, and the Chess Olympiad, for those who don't follow it, is a great event. It brings people together from all over the world, and they play in this huge tournament, chess tournament. It's just a really great event. And the unfortunate thing I see, Sasha, it doesn't get media coverage in the United States. Yeah. And here it's one of the best events, one of the best things for international peace, one of the best things for international diplomacy, the Chess Olympiad, and we get zero coverage.
There's no money involved, that's why.
Oh, yeah. Can you believe that? Yeah, no money, no stuff involved. But, you know, we're going to work and see if we get IBM TV to cover the Chess Olympiad, because it is a great event. There's just no question. It's one of the best events.
Nick, please, don't do it with the last Olympiad, because the last Olympiad was just a couple of weeks ago online. And
right. No, we're going to do the live one.
In the last round, right. The decisive match was between Russia and India.
Yeah.
And what's happened is that the 2 boards were disconnected internet connection.
Right.
And they were claiming that India did it on purpose, and because they didn't want to lose the games or so on. But the position was more about equal. There was no danger for Indians to lose. So anyways, the decision was to award gold medal to both Russia and India.
Russia and India, right.
Made everybody furious. Oh, what kind of a mockery is this? This is horrible. Everybody is unhappy. And even India is unhappy, because India believes that they could actually beat the Russians and take gold medal by themselves. So people ask Indian cabinet, so what's wrong? Okay, you got your gold medal. So Russia also got gold medal. So you would be much happier if Russia wouldn't get the gold medal. Yes, of course.
So, why didn't you come to the UK for the final decision, Sasha? We are the overlords. We'd have made that final decision for you.
Yep, agree. So Olympiads, it's a great advocate for a world peace, but even though such peaceful, but you see, online people are not falling in love. When
Right,
it's the real
right.
Olympiad and people
Yeah, the
go
drama.
to bars and restaurants and mingle together, there are at each Olympiad. I remember I visited many Olympiads. There was a Bermuda party, so they rented a big hall and they had rum, like you never believe you can drink it. 100 drinks if you like, and good food. There's some music, and it was going on until 6 in the morning. Unfortunately, it's online. You can't do the Bermuda party.
Till 6.
Right. Yeah. All the parties are gone. You wouldn't believe chess players partying down, but
yeah,
they do in the Olympiad. It's one of the, like I said, it's a very unique event. But I think it only takes place once every 4 years, isn't it, Sasha?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yeah.
So in 2 more years from now, we can schedule to film it and go to the Chess Olympiad, right?
Most likely, yes.
Okay.
It's
right.
it's now. It hasn't been announced if and where it's going to be, but looks like in 22. I think it will be Olympiad.
All right. Yeah. And coming up, like I said, on the 21st, we're the official sponsor for International Day of Peace. And then we're also looking to sponsor the American International Chamber of Commerce meeting. Kim, is there something going on in that area?
Yes, it's so exciting. It seems like every day we get contacted for new events. So we are going to become the event network. But very exclusive events. But yes, the International Chamber of Commerce has reached out to us to potentially host their annual event. There's a couple more that are reaching out to us. And, again, we're not going to be able to get to every event out there, but we're working on building that network. So this is very exciting.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that these events can be really great things to be involved in and sponsor. In Great Britain, do you guys have any events, or do you party, or are you guys just all great Brexit people over there?
Oh dear, we do party, but we can only party in a group of 6 from today. So that's put a bit of the kibosh on it, I'm afraid, Nick. Yeah, the UK, we do have certain areas that we do seem to be a changing world. In the past, it was always a condensed period of partying, but now we have opened up, pre-COVID, of course, we have opened up, and the partying does seem to go on for longer and more considerate. But now, yeah, no more than 6 at the party, so you need to pick and choose quite wisely. And Snow White and 7 Dwarfs have just got no chance, have they?
Okay.
Yeah, so there's no events to sponsor over in Great Britain then, eh?
We are trying to keep, we're trying to keep the work side of things going, the economy open. So yes, but I've just had another big event cancelled today, which is called the Professional Recovery Tow Show, which I've said on IBM TV before, because I know that over in the States, that's a massive area, the recovery trucks. But that event's been cancelled. That includes a business seminar, 2 days of exhibition, a big gala dinner on the middle evening. It's gone. There's not much left. I honestly struggling now. Really struggling for events. That was the last one of the year. It's gone. And the next one really is next year. But again, if we lose any more, we'll lose the Christmas period. Are we going to have enough test events then to get the actual events back open up by early New Year? I honestly think in the UK, I think we're close to being dead in the water till March or April with events, and that's a very sad situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the thing is, it's all not going. Now the good news at IBM TV, we're actually growing, and we're growing our programming, and we have another program that's involved in music here. I get to control the boards. I love it. And that's the fun.
I've seen you,
That's
Robo.
from the front seat, which is on IBM TV. And the thing is, for those who have caught the show, it's a pretty good show, and it's all done here on IBM TV, and interview some really great musicians and have great music on IBM TV. So
the music is awesome that comes off of his shows. He does 2 shows on the weekend, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, and you cannot walk away and not be upbeat. I mean, as you notice, I mean, energizing music, happy, and that's what you need today. You need something to get you up and happy dance.
Right. Yeah. And the thing is, and we do have that on IBM TV. And then the thing is, we've also added some pretty other interesting shows coming up. Travel.
My name's Brandon. I'm a world traveler, foodie, and YouTuber. Together, you and I will find the best travel hacks, tips, and best places to explore. Join me as we find new adventures together, live only on IBM.TV.
I love it.
I've always been a trailer nut, but anyway, that's travel tips. Which, if you're going to fly to Moscow anytime soon, he gives you the way to get there on the least expensive route, and showed me some websites that I wasn't even familiar with.
He's teaching Nick how to travel hack.
I know, travel hack, and I did not know about some of these, but they're really good. And that's on Travel Tuesday on IBM TV. And immediately following our show, we have. And that's the radio show with Mark Lee, which will be immediately following us on IBM TV. So we do have a lot, and there's a bunch of them up here, but I'm not going to show everyone of them.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed American politics last night. That was such a historical moment, I think, for IBM TV, but also just media in general, to learn some of the facts. I didn't know half. I read the National Geographic, and I didn't know all of that. So. Beautiful, beautiful story. I'm looking forward to more coming, because it's more about the information in politics, the stories, the real people's stories, rather than the pandering. So I'm very excited about the future of American politics. Thank you.
Yeah, and they have a very famous speaker on that one, which I think I can show a little bit here. And what's coming up on American politics this week, Bill? What do we have for it in store?
Well, we're lining up a very, very special guest, a gentleman by the name of David Walker, who's a former controller of the United States currency and is also currently a professor at the Naval Academy. And he will be talking about the outlines of his new book that's going to deal with integrity and leadership, and how we, what we're missing today in American society in terms of just leadership principles in general. And some of them will be applicable to the political scene, but it's also, more importantly and more interestingly, how he is approaching the infusion of these ideas to our next set of military leaders at the Naval Academy. So it should be interesting. It's going to be a great conversation.
Yeah, and he also was a candidate for governor of Connecticut, but he was the Comptroller General of the United States for decades, literally. I mean, before presidents or something like that. And his concern was the national debt, which looks like we threw that concern out the window.
Right,
you know,
right.
And fiscal responsibility. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what's interesting about that is that it sets the Republicans through fiscal responsibility out with President Trump, and normally they were the party of fiscal responsibility. So I really don't know where that puts us going into the future. Whether anybody will care about it moving forward, given the pandemic and the problems that we're facing, given the current economy and the potential failure of a lot of businesses.
Mm-hmm. And then on Chess Stars, what do we have coming up on Chess Stars, Alexander Starr?
August, we'll have, I remember Ken Regan, who appeared on our program a couple times. He will be joining us for this Saturday, and we'll have also our panel with Mikhail Marin, Grandmaster from Romania, with his beautiful wife, who's a fantastic artist. And she always have new paintings to show us. And as well, we will have Suat Atalik from Turkey and now Bosnia. So we'll have a full panel. We'll discuss Chess Olympiads because we didn't complete this last week. And also we'll discuss different topics concerning cheating in chess. Last tournament where Garry Kasparov was playing just finished yesterday, and many other old topics which takes everybody's interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, the Olympiad and cheating in chess, as they moved everything to online, is very important because it's so easy to cheat in some of these games and some of the things you're doing. And even in academia, one of the issues is student cheating when they are taking tests and things like that. Yes, Bill.
Yeah, Nick, maybe, well, for me, but I possibly for the audience, I don't know how you go about cheating in chess. It just, because the individual just making the moves. I don't get how you.
Alexander Starr can fill you in on cheating.
Yeah, basically, it's a quite recent phenomena arising from the fact that there are several chess engines. Computers. Well, the best known, probably the strongest one, is the artificial intelligence machine by the name AlphaZero. They're playing several times stronger than world champion and all elite grandmasters by far. So, for example, the Carlsen rating approaching 2,900, but it's not even there yet. However, the AlphaZero's rating considered to be around 3,600. So if there would be a match today between AlphaZero and Carlsen, Carlsen would be very happy to have one draw in 10 games. And I'm not so sure that he will get even one draw. Okay, if that's the case, then it's very easy, especially online, to play a game utilizing help of a strong engine. And if you do so, you can defeat anybody in your game. Now,
but
it's considered to be illegal. I'm not so sure even why it's illegal. I mean, if it's your own engine, let's say you purchase that and you own it and you use it, I really have difficulties to see why is it illegal.
Okay, but so how do I do I have to while I'm playing, or am I mean, how does that work?
Oh, practically, okay. Okay.
I'm not encouraging cheating, and I want all of the young people out there that we are against it here at IBM TV. But I would like to know how you do it.
Well, in a live tournament, over-the-board tournaments, so you can have an earpiece, and a person who is away in a designated, or he can be in his house, and he's using chess engine, and he follows the game because all the top games, they're being translated by several chess sites. So he's watching the game. He immediately sees through the use of a strong program. He can see what will be the strongest move. He relays this move to his accomplice. And that accomplice makes this move over the board. And on a so high level of competition as it is today, you don't even need every move to be transmitted. You may use this, just a couple of times during the game, and it will decide the game, generally speaking. Now, Online, it's even easier because you don't have to hide. You don't need the earpiece. You can play a game on one computer and to have another computer on the side and just see what's happening there and use it. So that's how it does, and that's unfortunately this is the situation.
Yeah. What they do, Bill, is like I have two computers. On this computer, I play the game. On the computer that you don't see over here, I have all the pieces set up through a computer program that feeds me the moves. So all I have to do is look over here. Oh, that's the move. I post it over here and play the move. And the ones that are sophisticated, they actually do a split screen on their computer. And what they do is they can play a grandmaster and beat the grandmaster by pulling the computer's moves over there. And so what happens, the computer is basically playing the grandmaster, not the player. The player, all they're doing is feeding moves in. And then when you're seeing it on your side, all you do is see, wow, this guy's making really good moves all the time. What's going on? Well, he's really not playing the game. It's computer, and it's called cheating.
That's right. You know what? I have difficulties with cheating concept because I'd like to know your legal opinion, in fact, because if I purchased a chess engine and I paid for it and I have a proof of payment, so now I own it and I use it in my games online. Why would it be illegal? I mean, at the point of sale, okay, the merchant who sells me this device, so he has to warn me that the use of the engine is illegal. So now, why would they buy something that it's illegal to use?
Well, the thing is, it has to be the terms of service that when you sign up for Lichess or chess.com, that says that you will not use computers under their terms of service. Otherwise, you have no legal case. And I know on chess.com they have Tuesday Masters games that you get paid if you win. I've never played in it, even though I qualify being a master. I just haven't ever done that because I don't really play a lot of active tournaments anymore. But they have Title Tuesday. I think that's what they call it, Sasha. And the real problem is now you're playing for money as opposed to rating points. If you sign the terms of service, you're not going to use it, and you use it, and you get caught, then they have a legal action against you, the person that lost the money, because they're using a computer as opposed to doing it themselves. So it is a problem. I mean, the thing is, cheating in chess does become a problem, and the solutions, you just need to find lawyers who can help you. And wait a minute, I just found another attorney, Jamie Hopkins. Jamie, welcome to the show.
How are you?
Good. Yeah, it was hard to connect because on IBM TV we're on StreamYard. Right now, I'll just do a quick introduction. We have Alexander Starr, who's actually runs our Investing with Sasha from Russia and Toronto. Bill Trezevant, who's actually another man of the cloth, an attorney from Washington, D.C., who runs American Politics. And Jamie, tell us a little. Oh, yes, Kim Calhoun just joined us from Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle Park, who sits on the board of directors of North Carolina State's Computer Science Department. And Jamie, give a little introduction about yourself, who you are, and where you're from, and what you do.
Yeah, well, hope everyone's doing well today. So I'm an attorney. Actually, might be behind me somewhere here, but attorney, CFP professional, MBA, LLM, all those things. I think I have 8 different education credentials at this point. But I spent most of my time in the retirement income space. I spent 7 years as a professor at American College running the research department there. I'm a professor at Creighton University, and I head up Carson Wealth and Carson Group's retirement division and coaching company. That's really my primary job today. I live here right outside Philadelphia now. I grew up, though, not too far from D.C. and kind of the Catonsville area of Maryland, which is where my parents still live. But I've got 3 kids here. My wife's an attorney too, since I know we've got a bunch of attorneys on here. So I've got another one on my side too.
Do you live in Nebraska? Do you live in Nebraska?
So that's our firm's headquarters is there. So yeah, Carson Group is based out of Omaha, Nebraska, but we have about 113 offices now across the country. But yeah, I'm here outside of Philadelphia. So I did look at relocating there because like my whole professional career is there now.
Okay, yeah, and can you tell us a little about what Carson Group is, and what you guys do at Carson Group.
Yeah, so we really have three lines of business. One is we coach financial advisors. So I head up that company. We have about 5,000 financial advisors, 1,400 firms that use our practice management systems. Then we have Carson Group Partners, which is the 113 different financial advisor offices out there across the country. And then there is a Carson Wealth, so it's the own RIA of the firm too. And those are really the three different lines. But when you really think about it, what we specialize in the financial planning world, mostly on the RIA side, helping clients. We actually serve about 34,000 households. So from the RIA side, from a household perspective, we're one of the larger firms out there.
Do you have assets under management right now?
We do. So we do track assets under management. So we have kind of on-platform, off-platform style. On-platform, we're about $13.5 billion. Total assets of clients, though, we probably only have 30-40% wallet share of all their assets. We also have fee-based planners that don't do AUM. We don't have any restriction on that. We have no minimums at our firm, which is different from a lot of the quote unquote larger RIAs, right? So yeah.
Right. Okay. But would you be? You're classified as an RIA, not a broker dealer, correct?
Correct. Yes, we're an RIA.
Okay. Right. So you get rid of a lot of those restrictions or the regulations that are involved. But you're all over the country. The Carson Group, right?
Yeah, it's 113, I think, locations at this point, even though that changes almost weekly at this point. So this company, as it exists, is right around 7 years old. So it's about $13.5 billion, 34,000 households being served now in about 7 years. We probably add, 4 or 5 new offices right now a month. We're very much in the growth mode. And again, you made one of the great points. It's people moving away from broker dealers in a lot of cases. That are trying to become a little bit more client focused, I would say, than what some of the restrictions that broker dealers have allowed for in the past. Not that they won't continue to exist in a useful form, but there's, consolidation there. And obviously a lot of advisors are trying to move away to more of the pure RIA only, fee only style arrangements.
Right. Yeah. So the thing is, so Carson Group sounds to me. Now you also were teaching at the American College, were you not, at some point in time?
Yeah, I spent 7 years there, and it was like, so CFP, I taught in that program, but I actually went there to build RICP, Retirement Income Certified Professional Designation Program, and I spent about 7 years doing that and running the Retirement Income Center there. By far and away, though, like the most notable person on our team there was Wade Pfau, who's from a retirement research standpoint, one of the top 3-4 names out there in the country. So he was on my team, and since I left, I guess a year and a half ago now, he heads up my role. So he runs the program in the center there.
Right. And also, did you get your LLM in tax at Villanova? Was that the place?
So LLM, I started at Villanova and actually finished at Temple University. I was living downtown at that point, working for a private equity firm. And so, yeah, I think for part of the time, but yeah, I did finish my LLM in taxation at Temple University.
Yeah. Who was the head of?
Ask about that. Excuse me, Nick. The reason why, because I've heard, to hire an LLM for certain tax issues and litigation. Can you explain a little bit more about what an LLM means and what it is?
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that. I did go through a program, so I should be able to do that, right? So LLM is a master's that's really, most people are JDs or international lawyers that take LLM programs in the U.S. The largest one being the taxation program. Those have been historically the Columbia, Florida, some Georgetown, some really great programs out there with taxation programs. Villanova, another one here too. The LLM programs have expanded over the years, so there are a number of international programs that are out there. There is a master's, I think, at Temple in public policy too at this point. So schools keep adding, but it is kind of a post, for the most part, attorney program. The only other thing is that I do see a lot of CPAs that will then go through an LLM. So like Villanova probably was 60-40 when I started in that program, of attorneys and then CPAs also getting a master's in taxation. So it's fairly specialized in the sense that, you probably do want to work in that area. Sometimes I get people, should I go get it? And I'm like, if you're not working in that area, I probably wouldn't. So I think they're valuable programs in the academic world. So a lot of programs will look at it. If you have a JD and an LLM, that's closer to your PhD equivalent at, say, a business school for teaching. So a lot of programs will look at that too as the academic side. But that's balancing both, right? So you've got the practitioner side and then the academic side.
Wow.
And you also became a certified financial planner. Is that correct, Jamie?
That is true, and that is the one here, right? I was trying to see what's behind me. And I was like, this CFP professional is right here, and that looks like an MBA. So, but the other ones are around the room. Like a lot of attorneys, we got all this stuff on our walls.
Right.
Yeah, you have to go to school for a long time. Now, we broadcast to about 122 countries. Does the Carson Group, do you guys work internationally at the Carson Group, or are you just mainly domestic?
So our advisors do handle international clients. So that part, yes. Most of them tend to be people with assets here too. So if you look at Canada, the UK, the Netherlands, more and more, I would say Japan, China, especially we have a pretty big San Diego and San Francisco offices, and they have a lot of international, more from, in China area is big over there now, with kind of split time in the U.S. elsewhere. That's where most of it's going to come from. We really don't, we don't service too many people who are just totally not holding assets in the U.S. or anything like that. Some of the regulations about that gets very challenging, so we tend not to do that. But we do have a lot of international clients, but they tend to be invested here.
Okay, well, not to put you on the spot, but our conversation this morning, when we had our friends in from Switzerland and from Malaysia and from other countries, we're discussing the economy in general with the low interest rates, a stock market at an all-time high, and the fundamentals looks like tremendous problems. What do you tell people to do in an economy like this? Sasha recommended, he runs our Investing with Sasha on Wednesday, to buy 2 mattresses and hide the money underneath there. So what do you do in an economy like this?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is it's not easy, right? Most things just get back to where the person is in their life. Like I often can start with what I do, right? Like what I tell people to do. What I'm doing is, I am mostly still in the markets, right? I don't really, I've got some target date funds inside of some retirement accounts, but that would really be my only bond or CD style holdings, which would be whatever mix is in there. And that's pretty small because they're probably 20, 55 funds. So, I'm mostly in the market. Now, why is that okay for me? Because I am, in my late 30s and have, 40 years I plan on, staying and working. So I believe in the long run benefits of equities, right? That's my position. Now, the challenging part to me is mostly the people that are 5 or so years, maybe 3 years out from retirement. That's a really tough place to be in right now, right? As you said, market PE ratios look really high. Then are you going to move your money out to bonds, CDs, where, internationally you see a lot of negative rates? Real rates here are probably negative too, right? If you're kind of adjusting for inflation. So that doesn't look real appealing to people. So we're seeing a lot of people, right, staying probably overly invested in the market, which I think is a concern, because if we do have a big, drawback at some point here, are they going to be okay? So what that tends to do is bring everything back to planning. I mean, that's our world. So our default is go back to the planning, look at their goals. What do you want to accomplish? Are you taking more risk than you need to based on your goals, right? And that's a lot more challenging for somebody in that short-term need, right? That 3 to 5 years where you're going to have to start spending from a portfolio. And I mean, it's always been the challenging part. That's the sequence risk of retirement income planning. And there's never been a great answer to that. But I think today probably is about as challenging as we've ever seen it. Interestingly enough, back in January, I was doing a presentation and somebody asked me about COVID-19. And right then it was mostly still in China. And he's like, what do you think will happen? And I was like, honestly, if this goes to a really big thing, I have no idea what will happen. Well, you fast forward, what do we have, 9 months now? I still have no idea, exactly where things are going to go. And, I've reflected on that a lot this year, that was a really insightful question back then, and it still is today. We're still seeing trade deficits, right? Low interest, moderate inflation now, ticked up a little bit last month, I saw. So a lot of challenging factors out there for investors and individuals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it does look like pretty challenging. And what about this buy and hold strategy? We just picked up our friends at the Wall Street Journal. They published this, Wall Street Journal, obviously, and they're showing that Exxon basically doubled down on oil and gas, put $230 billion into it, but their market cap's only $160 billion, and they just got delisted from the Dow Jones. How can this buy and hold long-term stock strategy work when companies like Exxon don't look like they're doing very well?
Yeah, I mean, buy and hold, right? It struggles because we don't know how long you have to hold for, right? That's the challenge with the whole market aspect is, how long do you hold? When do you need your investment back? I mean, I still, kind of believe in a buy and hold, but again, you have to be diversified. Obviously, gas, oil really struggled this year, probably, maybe minus airlines and hotels, right? As much as anyone else. So that's been tough. Exxon, I do still expect them to come back. They have a lot of really valuable, what you would say is kind of property rights. The ability to actually, get oil, transfer it, move it. There are a lot of benefits there that are hard to break into. But again, when do we see demand pick up enough where that's the case? But I think you could argue some other things, that the demand for cars right now, right, is about as high as it's been. Used cars also really high, probably less efficient. Some of that could indicate some benefits longer term, that we will see that increased demand again, and which will hopefully eventually help oil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Sasha runs our investment with Sasha on Wednesday. What is your thoughts about the buy and hold strategy, Sasha?
I wish somebody would invent a new fund which would invest into hotels, airlines, ExxonMobil and other gas and oil industry, and would offer options on this product. And then there would be very easy money to make, especially if it's a triple option on that. So similar to like TZA, for example, which I love to sell puts on. So if you have that and you start selling puts on this instrument, oh my God, so much money you could make then. But of course, nobody is going to do that because it's a loser's position to begin with. So buy and hold, you asked me about. What is buy and hold? Why would you do that? You want to kill yourself? You want to get divorced? You want to put your daughter on the street? Or like, what's a buy and hold? Why would you torture yourself like that? I hope you have enough wisdom and you at least occasionally listen to my programs on Wednesday. Never, ever do that unless you are Warren Buffett 55 years ago. Then it's a different story.
Well, isn't in your group, Carson Group, headed out of Omaha, Nebraska, where Warren Buffett's from, James?
Yeah, we are. A lot of great, actually, financial companies have come out of the Omaha area. A lot of good companies, actually, interestingly enough. All right, you've got Mutual of Omaha there, too, which has been a strong company. And the Oracle himself, even though I did see, I saw a funny thing this morning. Somebody said, "Oh, Warren Buffett's buying TikTok because they saw Oracle," and that's what they thought.
Oh, so that's how they bought TikTok, by buying Oracle then. Yeah. No, wait, he's the Oracle of Omaha.
Yeah,
so he already owns TikTok. Okay, got it. Right, but TikTok had no place to monetize that I could see. Did you see any monetization play? They quickly show 20-second video clips after video clips. Where's the monetization play on TikTok?
So I have a couple thoughts on this. Whether or not I'm right, time will tell. I have two main things. One, I think that people see value in their algorithm that's able to target people with content without them kind of. It's to some degree maybe a step further than Facebook and others have been able to target people with content, right? So that's one thing I've heard. The second one is just, I mean, it's becoming a giant community, and there's a lot of value in being able to get in front of a community and pull that data. Now, I don't think it's a pure data play. I know a lot of people tell me that, but I'm like, you can buy data for cheaper than buying TikTok. So I struggle with that. You know, the next company that buys them will sell you data. If that's the market you're in, you can buy data from Facebook, right? Or anyone else who's, you know, been trying to monetize data. But I think it's that community aspect. And I think this is a big deal. There's a desire for short consumable content. Now, right now, today, I think a lot of the content on there, this group probably looks at and says, you know, it's kids dancing, it's all those things. But it goes back, I mean, we've been in this pressure on content for a long time. We're used to see hour presentations in 40 minutes. And then, you know, we went to 6 minutes, 2 minutes, and now we're down to 30, 20 seconds. And I think that relates to what people's, you know, whether I've seen people say, well, it's people's attention spans are terrible, and that's all that it goes to. But, you know, if that's where people want their content, they want their content on their phone and deliverable, it's a platform for that. And I think we're going to see, you know, I think we're going to see more and more people try to get into that content of short little bites. You know, there is a good argument for that because everything's moved that way, right? I mean, that's been a constant trend in content. It's not a short-term thing. I mean, you can go back probably 30 years and look at that trend now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and at the Carson Group, when we talk about numbers like short bites and stuff, at the Carson Group, you said you have like 5,000 representatives or people that you work with. How do you work with 5,000 people, Jamie? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so it depends on which side. So our coaching company, so we do practice management for firms. We have about 1,400 firms, which is right around 5,000 advisors, and that's one of our business lines. So we have a whole team there. We have 11 full-time executive business coaches that help with that side. We've got a digital platform. The digital platform we actually used for a number of years this year too. To provide a lot of what Fidelity delivers is their practice management. So we've worked, you know, and Fidelity being probably one of the more trusted, if not the most trusted in financial services in the U.S. So we've worked with kind of large all the way down to the individual advisor with $20 million or less, I guess, in some cases. But you've got to build scale. So we've got an LMS system. We've got about 70 courses that we've built out, thousands of practice management documents, solutions. And we have those one-on-one coaches that they can connect with. And all of our coaches have been in the industry, been you know, advisors or with advisory firms before. So a little bit different than some other coaching programs that are out there that are fantastic, but are just more kind of holistic coaching. So we're a little bit different in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Now, are these financial advisors, are they what they would call registered representatives, or are they independent, or what is their individual structure on the financial advisor side?
Yeah, so on that side, we get really the whole gamut of people. So we have agents at, say, New York Life Insurance, right? So we do some coaching for them, to fully independent fee only, to actually people who, you know, don't even really maybe qualify as a financial advisor, but are more financial coaches, right, that run their practice and help people, to registered reps at broker dealers, you know, to the largest ones out there, LPL, you know, being one of the larger ones. At one point, we had a lot of LPL members as a percentage of our total coaching program. That's changed over the years. I'd say we're a lot more just from different areas now. So whether they're duly registered RIA, you know, we probably even have some CPAs that do a little bit of planning too, but mostly just want to be around what are advisors doing, you know, what's the next thing, what's working, what's not working. So there are people who kind of join the coaching community for that aspect, to be around others that are trying to grow good firms.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy, I would like to ask you a question, if you don't mind. To have all these thousands of people, and they all have to be paid, and in many cases probably a pretty good compensation package with the salary bonuses and so many other things. Where is money are coming from?
Okay, so Yeah, on the coaching side. So remember, on the coaching side, they pay us. So those aren't, my employees or reps. They're hiring us for services. Where do they make their money? Yeah, they make their money mostly right from financial planning, AUM fees. On the RIA side, that's most of it, right? Most of it is whether they're doing planning-based fee arrangements, which is more of a CFP professional setup. So they'll get an annual planning agreement. Here's the things you're going to work on. Here's your planning fee, right? That's fairly straightforward versus then an AUM. Typically, most advisors scale on size too. And so that would be the way that the advisors that are on our RIA side or partner make money versus coaching where we're getting paid for that.
Are they earning any trading revenue?
Say that again?
Are you earning any trading profits?
Trading
from
profits?
revenue? Yeah.
No, we're not really in my side, I'm not in trading profits. No. So we're really planning-based firms and not on the trading side.
Because if you will take Goldman Sachs, for example, the probably over 75% of their profits coming from trading profits. From overall revenue, 75% consists of trading profits.
Yeah, they have that. Then if you look at the custodians, right, they're making all their money from the cash sweeps now. So there's a lot of different models out there. I think that was pretty surprising to everyone to see, right, on the Fidelities and the Schwabs and TDs on how reliant they were on that. The past years, they've actually moved away from some of the trading costs, right? But it's been about a year now, right?
Absolutely.
That was a fast year. I was like, wow, that was around this time last year now, right? So that we probably got that first announcement.
Jamie, are you trading stocks yourself?
Me or the firm?
You personally?
No, so I don't do any portfolio management or personal trading. And I mostly stick to funds. I don't really do a lot of individual positions for myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't either. I leave it to somebody who knows all the research.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's also very time consuming. If you're going to be doing trading, isn't it, Jamie? I mean, it's a very time consuming process. If you're doing trading, how are you going to have time to do your job?
Yeah, and that's also like why I think that was probably a good point. Like I also leave that to the people who are more knowledgeable on that. I think we have 25 or so CFAs on our investment team, and that group, right? They do manage. We have portfolios and trading that they manage. We use outside money managers, and they manage some funds and. So there's, lots of teams and people more qualified than me out there on the investment side. So, I'm probably in the same boat there. I mostly rely on that. My knowledge isn't as strong there. So that's probably, why I should listen to your investment stuff too.
Yeah. Do you teach currently at Creighton? Is that what you're doing right now? Or you're an adjunct there?
Yeah. Essentially, adjunct's probably the best way to describe it. I have kind of more of a professor of practice title, which is a little bit different, but in essence, people are always like, what is that? It's essentially an adjunct role there. And that's main reason there is because that's right down the street from kind of Carson. We've got strong relationships with them there. I'm really moving more to helping with management of programs. So interestingly enough, I just teamed up with Quad A Foundation here in the U.S. And Quad A Foundation supports the HBCU programs for CFPs. And so Carson and myself kind of partnered up with them to help grow those. So that's actually going to be a bigger focus of mine over the next year. We need to get more diverse, more inclusive, people into this profession here in the U.S. I think it's 3% of CFPs are Black in the U.S.
Right.
And that's pretty terrible, right? And women in financial services and CFP also hasn't grown as much as we'd like. So helping with some of those programs over the next year is going to be big for me as kind of a little bit of a change. But Creighton's involved with one of those programs too. So I've helped bring one of those to Creighton to help just get more people into the CFP from more diverse backgrounds. And that means income, right? Religion, everything. You just need to be more inclusive. You get better outputs if you have a more inclusive group.
Yes, and to add more diversity to our program, we're going to add in David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller. I have a lot of his books back there. Also teaches at Syracuse University Law. With that, we also have Jamie Hopkins, who teaches at Creighton, who's a JD LLM CFP, and I remember him from the American College, where he was on faculty there for many years. Now he heads up the financial development of the Carson Group, which I just discovered had something like 13 billion and how many 5,000 representatives or something like that. They can be enormous. And of course, for those who just joined us, Alexander Starr, who does investing with Sasha, and also Chess Stars with Sasha. We also have Kimberly Calhoun from the North Carolina State University Computer Science Department, also sits on the board of IBM TV, and Bill Trusvant, our Washington, D.C. correspondent, who does American politics on Sunday at 7 o'clock against our friends at 60 Minutes. And David, we were just discussing the economy today on Business Economics.
It's worse than we thought, Nick.
It's worse than, well, the thing is, I got to get that book. It's worse than we thought, because I'm looking at a situation where we have massive unemployment. We have a stock market all-time high, interest rates at all-time low. I'm going, where are you supposed to put your money? Sasha recommended 2 mattresses, not just one. I'm looking at October, because historically October has been a fail in the market space. And back in 1987 and also 1929, I'm looking at October to be one. And Sasha finally agreed with me: 10,000 to 15,000 point downturn in 2 days. David, what are you looking at in your crystal ball? Is it worse than you think, or is it better?
Well, it's even worse than even I thought it was going to be. But a couple of other things to think about. Because we have this 401k system, which has lots of flaws, there is a steady flow of money into the stock market. The overwhelming area for investment in retirement savings plans, as opposed to pensions, is the stock market. Some of it goes to bonds, but most of it is stocks. So this constant flow of money in tends to inflate the value of stocks inherently, because there's a built-in purchase that goes on constantly. So that's one thing to consider. We do have a lot of shock absorbers, though they're not adequate compared to 1929. There was no Social Security back then. Pensions were rare and very limited in scope. You have lots of people now who have substantial incomes that are apart from the market activities that are going on. At the same time, we have this unbelievable flood of cash. And I would hearken back to Henry George, who wrote the book that was the #1 seller in America throughout the 1890s, except for the Bible, on progress and poverty. And his subtitle was The Increase of Wealth and Want. And so we have a large number of Americans who have these just Amazons of greenbacks flowing at them, to the point where we have a surplus of capital with no place to invest, because the demand side of our economy is so weak. And I have a piece of DC Report that went up last week. We'll have another piece tomorrow, by the way, on this, on the latest incomes data from the federal government. The 1/3 of Americans make $25,000 or less. Their share of national income fell 1 percentage point. Just 22,000 Americans make over $10 million, a tiny group. Their share of national income in 2018 went up 1 percentage point. So the exact amount that went down for the poor as a share of income, 50+ million taxpayers, was in effect, has moved over to 22,000 taxpayers. We have an enormous imbalance. And one of the things Adam Smith taught because he started out before doing economics studying the flow of blood through the body, is the arterial and venal blood flows need to match up or you get into trouble. Well, our flows of money are way out of whack to what's needed for a healthy economy.
Yeah, and I read a study somewhere, David, that if they divided all the wealth in the United States equally, the average person would have $500,000. But when I talk to the average person, they don't tend to have $500,000. You know, at least.
And many people don't value assets. To a lot of people, income is a flow. It is not a pond or a pool. So they get an allowance. You have a stipend. Maybe if you go to college, you have a salary. You get Social Security and or a pension when you're older. To a lot of people, money is to be spent. It is not something that you try to spend less than you make, which is the fundamental advice I give. Not only gave all 8 of my children and all my grandchildren, but my students. Spend less than you make, and things will sort of work out pretty well by the time you're my age.
Right, right. And the thing is, the book written on it was by Professor Stanley, the millionaire next door, who described how the millionaires are traditionally parsimonious at best. Jamie, as part of your, since you're with the Carson Group and you counsel, what do you say, about 34,000 individual clients, do they ever read the book, The Millionaire Next Door, or things of that nature?
Yeah, they do. I'd say that's a big one. It's the Poor Dad, Rich Dad one, too. It's probably very popular. But both of those are well-read books from consumers. I'd say those are probably the 2 most popular ones I run across from people kind of generally reading at this point in the consumer space. So I still think it gets back to the previous, I still think there's a lot of better content to be delivered out there to consumers at some point, right? I really do. I think that even those are a lot more complex when you heard, right, that lower 1/3 in the country, that is all outside their literacy rates on finances too. It is, right? Like that might be upper middle class group that resonates with that. But yeah, it's tough. When you look at that bottom third literacy, it's not very strong. I think I saw recently it's 60% of Hispanic households in the US don't have access to internet. And so we often walk around being like, hey, just Google it, look it up. And there are certain sectors of the country that don't have that. We have a lot of unbanked individuals still in this country that don't trust it. So the mattress idea is a real thing here when you don't trust the financial system.
Yeah, well,
there are just, if I could, Jamie, there are among people who have very low incomes, under $10,000, a fair group of people who are actually real estate investors who are wealthy, but because of the way our tax rules work, particularly the 1992 amendments Donald Trump fought for, you can report virtually no income, even a negative income. And but as a general rule, yes, of the 50+ million taxpayers who are in the bottom third, 49.5 million of them are not financially savvy, other than many of them being smart about how to stretch dollars, but they don't have any savings as a general rule. In fact, people up to the $100,000 level generally don't have savings.
Yeah, and that to me, doesn't that create a problem, David? Because when you're trying to do capital formation in any business, you need capital to form. But you're telling me most of the people in the United States don't have the capital even to form a business, or the knowledge to form it. Or now, listen to Jamie, they only have the internet to get the knowledge to form it. Don't we have a real problem in our educational system in general that, financial literacy, frankly, isn't taught? I know Jamie has a lot of financial literacy. He has an MBA, an LLM, a CFP. But wait a minute, did you learn this after you graduated from high school, or did any of this was taught to you in middle school or elementary school or high school, Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, probably like David too. If it didn't come from family, you probably don't get it all that much. I mean, now there's more and more programs out there, but the reality is, like, I don't think I had all the way through college really anything on personal finance, right? And I went to Davidson, which is similar. It's a very good school and has very similar programs. A lot of things that Syracuse has too from an education, but unless you go self-select a personal finance program, you're probably going to get a calculus program and things like that. And I mean, I run into people that graduate business school that still don't have personal finance at any point. Now, hopefully they've picked up a lot of other useful skills, but there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of, research that indicates, it would be great to get this earlier. I don't see that massive reform occurring at any point. It's got to fall on family members, communities, other ways to get information out. Even people who have access to it, interestingly, like women have had better math scores in a lot of places for like SATs and standardized testing entering college. And they've still found that they lack in financial literacy. So even as compared to their male counterparts. And I found that to be really interesting, that like we got to a level where the math had improved and we were obviously teaching on it, but yet financial literacy still wasn't being taught. And that implies to me it's probably mostly coming from the home at that point, right? And for whatever reason, still treating people differently inside the home on what you talk about.
This is mostly a cultural issue, not a knowledge issue. In China, even poor people have savings as a general rule because there's thousands of years of culture that says you better have some savings. And we have created a system where constantly on television and the radio, you're being pitched to buy things and go into debt for them and finance them, no money down, get a house, get a car, rather than very much attention being paid to spending less than you make. But there's a second aspect to this that I think is important. Let's remember the great insight of Adam Smith about pins, the only story most people know from Adam Smith, that when pins were made by each worker from beginning to end, they were so dear that if you were a servant and lost one, you might get hit for it. But once we figured out how to specialize, somebody draws the wire, someone cuts it, someone makes the point, someone puts on the head, someone puts it in the box, each worker effectively produced thousands of pins a day and their price fell away to nothing. So the only thing people worried about if it fell on the floor was getting a pinprick in your foot. Everybody shouldn't have to learn how to manage money. There was a wonderful ad that ran on TV for a while where a doctor is telling a guy how to do surgery on himself. And we should recognize that financial literacy, it doesn't make sense. I'm not a plumber. If I need one, I hire a plumber. I'm not a lawyer. I teach at law school, but I'm not a practicing lawyer. If I need a lawyer, I hire one. And the same thing is true with finance. Only thing I think we really need to teach people is use debt strategically, pay it off as fast as you can so that you're not obligated, and spend less than you make. And then other specialists can take care of the other parts of this. And that's where Vanguard, with the investors in Vanguard own the company, and its model has, I think, proven to be a great boon to the United States, unlike the Fidelity model, which made billionaires out of the Johnson family.
The Johnson family, yeah, they did quite well off of that, the Fidelity model. But the real problem with financial literacy, if the kids aren't being taught by their parents, and a lot of the parents don't know anything, so they can't teach their kids anything. We've been growing a whole culture of financial illiterates. In other words, they don't know how to balance a checkbook. They don't know how to stay away from debt. And the first thing that happens, I see, David, is once they graduate from high school, they're encouraged to go into huge amounts of debt to go into school. Which is just the educators in this country. Somebody has to tell them, wait a minute, it's not financially sound to go $250,000, $350,000. I even had some $500,000 in debt to be a lawyer. With all due respect for the lawyers that are here, I don't know what your situation was. You go, wait a minute, I did that. But seriously, it just, it doesn't make economic sense. Time and time again, though, David, I have seen students that go into massive amounts of student debt that are non-dischargeable by bankruptcy and force themselves into indentured servants. What's right with this picture, Jamie? Why are we allowing this?
Well, it looks like, so I will say, I'm one of those people that looking at the group here, probably was fell more into that category than anyone else. I graduated law school with about $200,000 from all the school of debt, right? And I was in that mindset because everyone else, everyone else does that today. So, right, whether you were looking at Villanova Law, Syracuse, Georgetown, wherever we were looking, that's what everyone was doing. You just went, you took out the debt, and you tried to figure it out afterwards. Now, luckily for me, like I've been able to stay gainfully employed, and I think it's helped my career, and I've actually paid all of that off. It wasn't easy, but I did. And I do think, though, right? Yeah, that was a big day. But like on the student debt stuff, right? There's going to come a time when some of the things around schools are going to break. I just, I know that there's a lot of culture, a lot of history built into schools today, but we're going to see cracks in that eventually. I mean, I think COVID's going to accelerate some of that, even though schools are holding on as much as they can to bring people into in-person classes. But, we're going to get more scalable school systems and programs eventually, right? Like we will. There's a lot of systems holding it in place today. But I ran a program, RICP. It was built with 3 people. When I left there, we had over 20,000 financial advisors in that program. And that program cost like $2,000, right? For something that, people come up to me all the time and say it was more practical than my entire college degree. It was more practical than my MBA. Was more practical than my CFP. And so we're going to be able to build and scale. But as I said, that's not happening tomorrow. I would still go to college today if that was, if I was going into college today. So I think there's a lot of things there that are going to keep drawing people, but we will see that break down. We're going to see cheaper, more scalable distance education programs. That's going to help. The route that we're on today, we can't do forever, right? Like I think everyone gets that, but it's just, where is it going to come from? The only thing that'll help save that for a long time, if the next government regime comes in, forgives a lot of student loans, comes up with much better forgiveness, that will support the current existing system for a long time, because that's essentially what you're doing to some degree. You're buying, you're essentially bailing out that side of the business world, right, by influxing capital there.
Well, in fact, the current administration is supposed to be forgiving a great deal of student debt. And as we've written a DC report, and as in my book, It's Even Worse Than You Think, Betsy DeVos has sided with the bankers against the students. She literally brought in the people from the student loan industry to work on the debt forgiveness issue, and we got a horrible outcome from it. So I expect we'll see that. But, we didn't used to have education as a lending business in America. We used to invest in the most valuable asset any country has, which is young minds that need to be developed into rigorous thinking machines. So when I went to college in California in the 60s and the 70s, college was essentially free. In 1968, I paid, in today's dollars, $120 a year, and $90 that was for a parking permit. So if I hadn't had to have a car to go to school, it would have been $30 a year. And my students are paying somewhere around $72,000, because I'm teaching graduate students, or did for many years. And this is just not sustainable. It's not smart. We need to, and the reason, by the way, we've raised tuition at colleges, public schools in particular, is we reduce taxes on the very wealthy. And this has just not been a smart policy. We should look upon education as what is the level of education needed to have a prosperous, socially cohesive, and citizen-oriented economy. And if it's 8th grade, then we should just fund public school through 8th grade. If it's 2 years of graduate school, we should then fund 18 years of that as an investment in the future. And if we did that, we would end up with a much healthier society, a better educated society. The one thing I am surprised that does not change about behavior, however, is despite spending all this money, I tell my students all the time, you're spending all this money, get everything you can out of your education. You have this library the university has that has unbelievable resources. How much time are you spending in the library or the online library? You should be doing research, and learning things as much as you can. And of course, as we all know, most students go to college and they spend a lot of time partying and do what's necessary to get by in their classes.
Yeah, and I think that during school time, David, is a time that you could use productively to be able to do the
Well said.
research on things like that. I've been obviously researching the media industry. Then I realized when I got my MBA that they didn't really, of course that was so many years ago, they really didn't focus in on the industries and how to build an industry and how to put yourself into it. Frankly, it was more practical than my political science degree, which to me was going to say next to almost a waste of time. The business administration degree at least had some use, but they could have put more meat into it, which would be more meaningful. By the time I got to law school, a lot of that stuff was very meaningful. But at the end of the day, I used one class after going to college for 10 years. In other words,
Well, and
on my day-to-day practice.
very few of our business schools teach management and leadership. Many of them teach finance. And you can teach leadership, you can teach management. It's a skill like anything else, but many of our schools focus on spreadsheets and finance.
Right. Yeah. In other words, your decision made by that.
So I'm going to say something to you lawyers and accountants. As an engineer and studying engineering, I used every class I took.
Oh,
every class.
well, I got to
labs.
use one.
There you go.
You know, maybe it's because I got specialized so much. I end up in one class. Yes, Jamie.
Well, no, I was just going to say, Nick, Dave, Kimberly, everyone, I've got to run to something
We got to go.
now, so.
Okay. All right. Well, thank
Yeah,
you.
I
Hopefully we'll
appreciate
be
your time.
on a future show.
Yeah,
Thanks,
this was
Jamie.
enjoyable. So
Okay.
everyone,
We'll see if we
stay
get you back
safe,
on a
healthy.
future show. No problem.
Take
Thanks,
care.
Jamie. All right. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Come back
Right.
again.
Now,
that was
that's
a fun
Jamie Hopkins. I
conversation.
know him from the American College, which is a big university for people in a big college for the people in America that are in the financial services industry. Then he went to the Carson Group, which now he gets to deal with about 5,000 producers around the country, which I can tell you managing 5,000 people has got to be, it is a pain in the neck. I'm fortunate I don't have to do that anymore. I let Max do that. So he gets to manage all those people, because the real problem is just keeping track of who's on first and who's on second. It's kind of an amazing exercise, but it is what it is.
Right. But it's concerning to me right now in the crisis situation that we're in. Students who have graduated with a lot of debt on their backs. I mean, our son's education was, cost-wise equivalent to what Jamie was discussing, was not easy to pay off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we paid, fortunately for him, he had a lot of grants and a lot of scholarships, but there was still a chunk of debt left at the end of graduation, which, I owned up because I told him, if you make A's and B's honor roll, I'll pay for the whole thing. All you have to do is feed the brain, right? And don't focus on all the other stuff. And so that was our deal. But $200,000 debt, I think that's becoming the average from what I hear.
But also timing is everything. Okay, if you graduate in 2020, for the graduates now, they're getting ripped. But if you graduated, let's say in 2010, right after the end of the recession, you could do like Jamie. He worked his way out of it because he just nothing to do except he graduated at the right time. Unfortunately, timing makes a difference in your life, and you may have not much control of it. So the people that are in this year's graduating class just gets ripped. And I've seen that over and over again. Timing that you have no control makes a difference in your life. Part of the reason I've been unemployed for 37 years is I graduated at the height of the Carter recession. Unemployed for 37 years. Yes, David, you got to get it. Okay, I've owned my own companies for 37 years because I was forced to. Because the thing is that I was, after a while, I determined I'm unemployable. But I was forced to graduate from law. When I graduated from law school, the economy was in a wreck. So I started my own law firm that became Hampton, Palavita, Murphy, Cody, and Levy. Within a year, because the economy was going up, we were making over $1 million a year. And I'm going, hey, great. Well, the only place to be is self-employed. So I've been self-employed ever since. But the thing is, it all to deal with timing. If I had graduated into a good economy, I'd be working at a law firm right now, probably. You see what I mean?
Well,
in other words, it's serendipity.
We know that the first half of the boomers, the ones born from 46 through 56, did much better than those born 57 through 64. If you came of age in 1950, so you were just a little too young to be drafted if you were a man, and our society was much more male-oriented to employment back then. if you came of age in 1950 or so, it was pretty hard to not do well through the 50s and 60s, and then up till about the middle of the 1970s. But if you came of age in 1979, as you did, it was a much tougher environment for you. And if you came of age in this century, my goodness, you got a recession at the beginning of 2001.
Yeah.
And a very imbalanced economy. We had the economic collapse, so the Great Recession, which by some measures was more devastating than the Great Depression. And then you had what's happened with the pandemic, and you've really been slapped around. So if you're roughly 40 years old right now, you've faced a terrible economic environment. So yeah, factors outside your control are terribly important. I had a graduate business student in the previous courses I used to teach, who had taken on all this debt to go to graduate business school, and he believed he was going to become $1 million a year partner at one of the big four firms. And he was asking me about how to do that, and I explained to him the realities of connections and being a rainmaker and things he had no idea about. And frankly, he didn't have the mental brain and the focus on work, I believe, to be that successful. And I mean, I saw for him a terrible future, and I thought, you've really been had by the society. We need to get rid of education as a lending business, and we need to what we really need to do. And I'm writing a piece we'll have out soon about this. We've had a 40-year experiment with supply side economics that has been tremendously successful. It's one of the big reasons interest rates are the lowest they have ever been in human history. And what we need now is a demand side policy, because you can't sell any more widgets to people. They don't have the money to do it, even when the coronavirus is over. And I think that's going to be mid-year 2022 or late 2022. But even if you're optimistic and think it's going to be sometime in 2021, coming out of this, we don't have the demand side for people to be able to buy goods and services. And if you're a business owner or a professional, the more money people have to spend on goods and services, the better off you are, because it's, as Adam Smith taught, a circulatory system.
Yeah, and the thing is, I agree with you. What problem we're going to have is that the systemic economic problems that exist will continue after the coronavirus. It's not going to go away, and it really depends on what our policies are in Bill's neck of the woods in Washington, D.C., because they have a big impact. Just one stroke of the line when they said student loans are non-dischargeable in bankruptcy created a whole industry of huge amount of student debt. Just one little stroke in Washington, D.C., one little regulation change. But I've seen that over and over again, where you can make one change in Washington, and then now they create a whole class of indentured servants. And the educational institutions did quite well, the banks do well, and the students become indentured servants, because if they have to pay off their debts because they can't go to the bankruptcy courts and say, okay, I'm filing bankruptcy, I can't make it, get rid of my albatross. They can't do that anymore. So why aren't they just classified as indentured servants, David, which they really are?
Well, I don't think we technically have a legal term for that, but you're quite right. I mean, simply changing a rule or regulation, and I'd love to hear Bill about this, from can to may to shall can have enormous economic consequences. And I wonder what Bill thinks we should be thinking about, and Congress should be thinking about how to address these kinds of issues.
Well, I think at the beginning, I think we just have to kind of frame what the nature of the problem is going to be. And Nick, as you're describing, they may not be indentured servants legally for a variety of reasons, but we can't call them the next lost generation, because as David pointed out, if we're talking about possibly stabilizing our economy with the COVID pandemic in late 21, optimistically, or 22, as we've also heard on other programs from medical doctors, that it's a 3-year cycle. We're looking at 3 years of people being unemployed or underemployed, or people who have just opted out of the job market for that period of time. Hence, when Kimberly says, the term unemployable, that's going to be a significant thing. Then, with regard to Congress, we're going to need a long-term fiscal stimulus program sustained in infrastructure, and it could just be the old infrastructure, new infrastructure, but we're also going to continue to need an expansionary monetary policy just to support the economy so that it doesn't go completely by the wayside. And that's going to be another 3 to 4 year kind of thing. At least that's what they're thinking over at the World Bank. Now, I don't know if the American public has the stomach for what's going to be necessary. And it may include increasing the taxes on the rich in the upper bracket, and then focusing in on the long-term stimulus as part of federal policy. But it's going to have to take. It's going to be a sizable lift. Now, with Joe Biden, if he's elected president, we're likely going to see a very activist central government, and it won't get the central government out of control and rather be targeted. But that would be better than, in some people's accounts, than another 4 years of Trump administration where there is absolutely no guidance. So I think it's going to begin with the federal government and the Federal Reserve having to do the heavy lift to provide stability so that people can take a breath, and then we begin to address the other problems and the rest of society can adjust. What do you think, David?
I think that we are going to have to see very major changes in policy, and that's going to depend on who controls the Senate, whether we get them or not. I'm not troubled about all of the money that the government is issuing right now. We can draw that back, and I would encourage people to read Stephanie Kelton's book, The Deficit Myth. I'm the lead blurb on her book, and if she's right about the theory she and other people have developed about money, that we have a fundamental misunderstanding of it, her book is the most important book in economics since Adam Smith. I think there's a very good chance that 100 years from now, when we're all gone,
book is this? Whose book
Stephanie Kelton,
okay,
who's a professor at SUNY, one of the SUNY Long Island campuses, I think Stony Brook. She was an advisor to the Senate Finance Democrats, and the idea that she's promoting, called modern monetary theory, has been around for a long time, and it was absolutely not understandable. And I tried to get her mentor to adapt the book so people could understand it and write a new book, because his was unreadable. And he basically was, well, if people don't get it, then they don't get it. Stephanie took my prodding to heart and wrote a highly readable book about the nature of what money really is. We all operate on this belief that the government taxes and then it spends. And she argues that that's not true. The government doesn't have to tax first and spend after the fact. The government, in fact, so long as we have, as we do in this country, sovereign control of monopoly currency, the government can just issue currency. And if it overissues currency, you then tax to sop it back up. But I mean, it's a very readable book, and I would encourage people to read it. But fundamentally, Bill is right. We're going to need to have activist involvement in the economy, because look at all the small businesses that are going to fail. Right. Well, should we have a program, as I think we should, where if you had a small business, the government will give you a forgivable loan, a potential grant if you play by the rules, to resume business. And we can also put in there a measure that will encourage integrity, because you're going to have to do it based on your tax return. So, if you were, as many people are, had a business that was only reporting 25% of its profits and claiming the rest of it as improper expenses, well, you're only going to get 25% of the money you might have gotten. But I think that we should do that. I think we need to restore small business, because having a burger with an H, a burger class, is fundamental to whether a community has a viable nonprofit sector, cultural and social sector. Communities that are entirely capital from outside of where people aren't nearly as nice to live in. They don't do nearly as well. So we should really be working very hard on trying to restore the small capitalists in our society. And Bill is right, by the way. This is going to be, he said 7 years, if I heard you correctly, Bill. And I think that's true. By the time we put this behind us, it's going to be 2027.
Right.
That's probably about right.
Yeah.
And I did have one other question, David, and that's this, that when I've been talking with people, I've been trying to explain to them some of these things. I've suggested that given the scope of the issues that we're having, because there are cascading issues, not just the pandemic, not just the recession. There's some claims that there's going to be a double dip in this recession moving along, and the structural issues, the unemployment and things of that nature, that we might need to see spending on the level of World War II.
Yeah. Oh no, I think you're right about that. I mean, this is a once in 100-year event so far. There's good reason to think there will be more pandemics because of global warming and stuff I mentioned on the show earlier that are being talked about in the science magazines. But yes, this is a massive, long-term struggle that we're going to have if we're going to have a vibrant society and not sink backwards. And
right.
And unfortunately, right now we have a leader who looks backwards. Donald, who I've known and covered for 32 years, looks backwards. And we have a military that is continuing to seek weapons from the World War II era, like aircraft carriers, and not looking forward to a world of cyber warfare as much as I think it should, and it's much less expensive. We need to have economic policies that recognize that our public furniture, the infrastructure, has been falling apart for 40 years, and that malign neglect needs to come to an end. And investing in the future through education, infrastructure, basic science research will make us wealthier in the long run. Doesn't change a lot overnight, but it will put us on a ramp in the right direction.
And, it seems that from time to time, two things. First of all, the hard part is getting everybody to kind of wrap their head around and or process the size and scope of what may be necessary in order to attack the problem. Because it's not one problem we're dealing with. We're dealing with the confluence of all the issues, some of them benign neglect with regard to infrastructure, others are created by the pandemic. But we're dealing with them all at once, on the one hand. On the other hand, if we don't do it, that's going to leave a great deal of instability for the private sector who, as Nick knows, is sitting on a lot of cash. And they're sitting on the sidelines because they are playing it in a safe position. And they are not going to risk that money. They're going to wait to see whether or not it can be stabilized. And the only group that can do that is the federal government, even though it's going to cost us. And then private sector will begin to come in. It's really tough. It's like taking an old piece of machinery that's been rusted slowly, to slow down, and then seized, and then getting WD-40 to try to work it and get the whole thing working again. I mean, that's how some look at it. Dave, Nick?
Yeah, well, and I'm not sure if the taxation will be the solution, not because it couldn't be a solution, except this is what I found out. If you want to talk to people who are very tax averse, will do almost anything not to pay taxes, talk to some wealthy people. Okay, people with high incomes, high net worths, they do everything they can to not pay taxes. In other words, hey, an increase in tax rates, no problem. Let me go find out where I can go where I don't have to have my taxes increase. And in California, I've even had, like I said, for the first time ever, that people are exiting California that are my clients. Usually you hear about it, but they're not your clients. They have 7-figure incomes who have really thrown in the towel and moved to Texas. Okay, let me tell you something. Some of them will throw in the towel and they'll move abroad. They'll say, hey, great, you can keep your high tax system. I'm not going to participate. And some of them already have moved abroad that you don't even know about, like Microsoft, Amazon, Google. They all have their machinery set up in Ireland, taking advantage of the lowest Irish tax rate. And you know that, David, the double Dutch Irish sandwich.
Yes, but of course, we can stop all of that if we choose by better written laws and approaching taxes in a different way. We can literally, that's a function of who Congress is responsive to. But think about some other problems that are going to continue. This year, California, where I was born and spent 36 years of my life, has had over 3 million acres burned. Last year at this time, it was only about 100,000 acres. There's 30 million more acres that haven't burned, and a lot of them are going to burn over the next few years because of climate change and because we have allowed all of this development in forested areas. There's going to be a lot more of these fires in the next 5 or 6 years, especially because of the drought conditions that California has fundamentally been facing now since around 1980. The overall trend has been less and less water, and the state's been drawing down the groundwater in the state significantly.
Right.
And there's only one irrigation district in the whole state, the South San Joaquin Irrigation District in Manteca, that has been intelligently managing its water with things like drip irrigation and other practices. So we're going to have a whole series of very expensive public events. There are going to be more hurricanes. Look at the number of hurricanes this year. And we've got to adopt the position, I think, of Governor Newsom in California, who said, I've had it with climate deniers. Climate disruption is real. It's here. We need to recognize the tremendous costs it imposes and address them and stop, this denial. It's a hoax. It's a Chinese plot. It's a George Soros plot, and face the reality of this. And unfortunately, I suspect that about a third of Americans are never going to understand the science or care. Or they're going to argue, as I heard on one religious show the other day, that this is God's plan and that we need to accept that we're going to have the fires and the floods because we're a sinful nation, because we allow abortion under some circumstances and same-sex marriage. There'll always be that level of idiocy out there. But I think overall, about a third of Americans can't cope with this.
You're absolutely right.
I want to add that we should separate religion from state laws and stuff like that. One, but the other thing I want to talk about is that a lot of these things take policies, right? We have to set in place policies that they all agree to. Well, you know what? By golly, they passed a Lobster Day law in no time.
Yes, they
whatever. Did. But now we're sitting here crashing, burning, not just in our forest, but also economically we're doing a crash and burn, and they can't agree on a policy. I mean, at least agree on something and move forward like we do with our jobs. Sometimes you don't know where it's going to go, but at least do something. But they can't do, by God, we can certainly eat lobster on a day.
Well,
so, I mean,
it's the national day.
National Day.
Yeah, as you may know, David, the Senate did pass a measure last week, and that was naming September 25th, 2020, National Lobster Day.
Yes, well, the important things that matter to donors. Sasha, I'm wondering what you think about this stuff, because you have a perspective both as someone who grew up in the old Soviet Union and who is in Canada, where I noticed there are virtually no COVID deaths occurring.
Oh, yeah, it's almost done in Canada. Although, you know what, interestingly enough, the schools are still not open, at least in Ontario. I don't know, some other provinces, I think BC probably also didn't open schools yet. So they have Zoom, and my granddaughter actually, she's enjoying her Zoom education now. And okay, before I'll answer your question, I wanted to ask you about I liked your eloquent mention of circulation system when you described the money. Tell me, what do you think, really? I was trying to find a good example of your saying, and the last guest that we had, he'd left a while ago. He had a large financial firm with 5,000 people, and I asked him if he trades stock and he's making any income. He's not trading stocks, not for the company, not on his own or so on. So is this a good example of a circulation system?
Well, basically, my spending is your income. If I don't spend the money I have, you don't have any income. If you don't spend your income, I don't have any income. If you don't spend your money, I don't have any income. That's what I mean by that, is we need to have, people have to buy goods and services. Now, stocks are a secondary investment. And one of the things we don't think clearly about in the United States, at least, I think, is that directly starting a business like Nick did is not the same as investing in the stock market. That's secondary investment. And domestic capital investment in every country is the most important thing to job creation. There's a lot of capital these days behind jobs because we don't have much need for things that don't require very much capital. I mean, we do still have metal bending businesses out there, but there's a worldwide level of return on metal bending businesses that varies very little from Thailand to Egypt to South Africa to Brazil to the United States. So primarily, when I say demand side economics, that means we need to have higher wages. And I would argue, if you look at the increased wealth from business in America, workers have been underpaid relative to their contribution.
Right.
One of the reforms that I want to see, and Bill, were you at the Labor Department at one time?
Yeah, the National Labor Relations Board.
Well, let me tell you one of the things I've been thinking about. I have a relative who went to work for a high-tech company that today is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Employee number 17. Well, when the company got ready to go public, it was up to about 3,500 employees. And most of the people who were double-digit numbers, under 100, but not the first 10, got laid off because they had lots of stock options.
Wow,
and
okay.
They lost everything. And I think there should be a law that says, hey, look, if you were laid off, you were there for 2 years, say of the 4 years, as in the case of my relative, for your options to vest, you get half your options. Otherwise, it's really a system a subtle, sophisticated way to steal from people. And nobody will sue over those kinds of things because you'll end up being blacklisted in terms of employment. But we need to have some real fundamental reform. One of my sons took a job during the pandemic. His employer, whom he literally never met, the guy never came to the business, said, the pandemic, I can't come back to the state where it is, demanded that he work 100 hours a week. And he was literally working 100 hours a week until finally he said, I can't do this, and just quit and walked out the door. And abandoned the business because the guy kept saying, I'm going to get more people to help you, and he wouldn't do it. And he wouldn't also pay him to cover $100 a week, saying you're on salary. He may be an extreme outlier, but I'll bet not. I'll bet there are other people this happens to. I know that one of the supermarket chains in the South used to schedule managers, argue they were exempt from the wage and hour laws, and then schedule them to work 80-hour weeks.
That's right.
And we among advanced countries, we have the weakest labor laws of all, and it costs us a lot of money.
I want to give a warning out there too. What you're talking about is that there are supposedly people who are coming into our country, maybe not physically, but some of them will also set up what they say is an office. It's not really. And I actually had the incident. It's called a pump and dump. They'll pump you up to do a lot of work for them, and then they dump you, or you'll finally just say, I can't take it anymore. But they don't really pay you for all the work that you do. And this actually happened to me. I rescued deals for this company out of Ireland. They had an office in New York. I'd met with them several times. They commenced to hire me with a contract. And I did all the work, rescued their deal. And on my way home, they fired me or just said your services are no longer required. I put $3 million on their books. And I didn't go after them. I didn't sue them. And I didn't even go to the clients that I lined them up with because I didn't want to get into getting myself caught up into the drama. But it was a lesson learned. And then I bumped into a couple people that had the exact same thing happen with the same people. I had hired an attorney to go after them. They said, oh, you can't really sue them. It's not going to be worth your money because they're in Ireland. And, you'll win the case here, and then you got to go to Ireland and hire an attorney in Ireland. And so be careful, especially with international, with international people coming in and go, oh, we're honest, and we have an office in New York. They all get an office in New York. It's a temporary office. So be careful.
Sasha was going to say something about Canada. After my question, I'm wondering
what
it was.
Sorry, I think I interrupted myself. What's happened is, so in Canada, I just started to talk about that coronavirus is generally, technically speaking, compared to the United States and some other countries, it's been defeated. I'm afraid to sound overly optimistic in that respect, but I think, practically speaking, it's been defeated, although the schools are still closed and the restaurants, you can still sit outside. Inside, some of them are probably open. So it's still a very, very managed situation as Canada is concerned. And it seems to me that there is a great difference between two countries, although they're so close to each other, and also they're viewed almost as a part of the same system. However, people are very different. In Canada, nobody in his right mind question whether to wear a mask or not, and not just cost $2,500 fine, but simply people just believe that. You see, the problem number one in this situation was to stay alive for yourself, for your children, for grandchildren, whatever it might be. You have to stay alive. And if you wear masks, your chances to stay alive probably bigger than if you are not wearing the mask. It's so simple. It doesn't require any brain to understand. So people obviously did that. Now, you also mentioned about Russia. As I said before, as Russia is concerned, as we know, it's a totalitarian state. And as a totalitarian state, unfortunately, we have to admit that it's more effective. It's easier to manage than so-called democratic state, whatever it is. And Russia just time and time again proves it. It runs like a mafia system, and you have a guy on the top, a Don Vladimir, who knows everything and how to do it, and people trust him and believe in him. And whatever he says, he can say one day, everybody wears a mask. Try to find anybody in the street who's not wearing a mask. He will never do that. Then, in 3 days later, he says, no, we don't need masks anymore. It's all done and over. If there is nobody in a mask, nobody would wear a mask at all. So in this case, unfortunately, they've proven their effectiveness over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, I get that from the international community all the time, David. Our friend in Malaysia, they keep crying because they have 30 million people with 128 deaths, not 128,000. 128 deaths. Right. And our friend in Hong Kong, well, they got like a couple hundred deaths and they have 7.6 million. And here we're like, what 194,000?
We're about to hit 200,000.
We're about to hit 200,000. And how can we classify this as anything other than gross mismanagement, Mr. Johnson? How do you see this?
We run at DC Report something we call the Trump Pandemic Death Tracker. And our theory about this is if we'd handled this as well as South Korea, we would have fewer than 2,000 deaths. Instead, we have almost 200,000. And now the tape recorded interviews Bob Woodward did with Donald Trump have come out. That should be absolutely shocking to people. And yet lots of people are defending him and saying, this is as good a job as anybody could have done. The ability of human beings to engage in denial is well studied by the psychologists, and this is a disaster that did not have to happen in human terms, and the economic consequences of it, as Bill points out, I think it's going to be 7 years digging out of this, even with good management and without another pandemic. Mm-hmm. And if we don't have another pandemic in my lifetime, there will certainly be one in the lifetimes of my children and grandchildren. Because of all the new viruses and how many of us there are. Remember this, the misnamed Spanish flu killed 50 million people when there were only 1.5 billion of us. Today, there's almost 8 billion of us. We're not going to have anywhere near that level of death, apparently, because of smart application of what we know about science in most places. It's not much of the US. But we're going to face really pernicious viruses like this in the future, and we need to be prepared for them, and they are national security measures. One of the things Obama got right in his administration was pandemics are high-level national security matters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I have one quick question, because, you as a journalist, there has been some pushback with Bob Woodward for not disclosing what he knew when he first had Trump on tape. How do you look at that criticism? Because some would argue that saved lives, and others, it's a really touchy subject.
I think there are a couple of criticisms of that perspective. The first one is saving lives is Donald Trump's sworn duty, not Bob Woodward's. So nothing should be done that takes away Donald Trump's responsibility, compounded by his telling the public one thing and telling Bob Woodward something else. Secondly, in the early days of this, Woodward himself has said he wasn't sure, was Trump lying to him, what was going on here? And third, he had a deal with Trump that he wasn't doing a news story, he was doing a book. When I make deals with people, I stick by them. Only 3 times in my entire life have I had somebody break the deal. In one of them, I could have recovered it, but I didn't because I'd given my word. And keeping your word makes you make better deals in the future. You need to honor your word if you're a journalist, if you want to continue to have access and you want to make good deals, not bad deals. But by the way, why, if Donald Trump told this to Bob Woodward, you think he probably told it to Sean Hannity?
Yeah.
And if he did, doesn't Hannity have a responsibility to have gone on his show and said, hey, our hero, Donald Trump, is saying one thing to me and another in public? It's just not credible that he only told Bob Woodward, but it's not, at the end of the day, Woodward's responsibility. And Woodward did publish it when his book was ready. And there's nothing wrong with that. And by the way, Woodward isn't writing books for the money. Woodward is a very wealthy man. His advances alone are in the neighborhood of $25 million. He's a very prudent guy. I'd be surprised if he isn't worth $35–50 million. So he didn't need the money. He's not doing this for the money. He's doing it because that's his life, is telling you things in depth about presidents.
Mm-hmm.
I was just, thank you, because that's really helpful. That's the point. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah, and why is it that when I talk to people around the United States, they don't look beyond the borders of the United States, like Malaysia? Why is it, David, that we ignore Malaysia, South Korea, Japan, Vietnam? Like, these countries don't even exist. And I was reading the Wall Street Journal today, read it from cover to cover. There's nothing about Malaysia. It's like, that part of the world doesn't exist. Why is it Americans don't see beyond that?
Well, in fact, when American foreign correspondents report back, if you read carefully, certainly up until very recently, you would often hear them tell you what, quote, Western sources were telling them in Kabul or Beijing or Paris. That is what the U.S. Embassy and the CIA guys and the other U.S. government employees, or the British perhaps, were telling them instead of the locals. 40 years ago, I proposed at the LA Times, which had the second most foreign bureaus after the New York Times, that we should have a reporter in Washington whose job was to only cover the foreign embassies. So when Washington made an announcement, we would get and write a piece about, well, here's what all these other governments are saying about what we're doing.
Right.
And I get told nobody would want to read that. And that goes to the American exceptionalism argument, that, well, we're special and everybody else doesn't matter. If you go to, when I went to Tokyo in '85, first time I went there, I remember there was an English language newspaper I picked up, and I learned more about what was going on in the U.S. from the observations of foreign governments about the U.S. in that little paper than I would read, in the LA Times and the Wall Street Journal, and New York Times. It was just astonishing. So it's a real problem that Americans don't know, often don't care. Only about 17% of Americans, and I'm doing it from memory, so I could be off, but not a lot. Only about 17% of Americans have a passport. So that means the vast majority of Americans don't leave the country.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they just really don't know, because also when I hear these arguments that Sweden, who apparently didn't do much regulation, had very few deaths. They had 5,000 deaths. How great they are. And North Carolina, which has half the death rate. And then if you look at Malaysia, less than 1% of the death rate. Sweden didn't do a great job.
Sweden only has 8 million people in it. And when you look at its death rate compared to the other Nordic countries, Finland, particularly Finland, Denmark, Norway, their numbers are through the roof as a per 100,000 death rate. This did not turn out to be a particularly smart policy by them. But Americans just are not raised and oriented to think about the rest of the world on the kind of basis that would be helpful and informing to us. And it's a real shortcoming and it's a real problem. We could look to Canada, for example, for lots of things they do better than we do.
Right.
And when I used to write columns in Tax Notes and elsewhere, showing how the Canadians did something smarter than we did, I would get letters like, well, Canada's a different country. Who cares? And editors were resistant to it for exactly that sort of reason, is they were pandering to what the audience wanted and not so much interested in challenging the audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, we're very American-centric.
I'm sorry, David, when you spoke about Sweden and its rate of death, you cannot compare the immune system of Swedes and Americans. Please don't do that. It's a complete difference.
Because
Swedes are involved in all kinds of sports. They're skiing and they're doing all-round sport all 12 months a year. And most of Americans, they don't do any sports and they're obese and they're eating junk food. So their immune system is completely different and uncomparable to those of Scandinavian people.
Okay, I mean, you're outside of my wheelhouse, so I don't know about that. But
Okay, well.
I get your point that we should think about where there's non-comparability, and I think that we should. I agree.
No, except there is one important distinction. Sweden pursued the theory of herd mentality. I mean, herd immunity.
Immunity.
Yeah, that's right. Not mentality. That's entirely different. Sorry about that. But yeah, so they didn't change their lifestyles at all, and they said, okay, well, whatever will be, and they just went along. And so that is a fundamentally important difference in comparing their numbers. I think more so than relative slight differences in biology.
Yeah, but I also think they did a horrible job, at least mathematically, if you look at it.
Yeah.
One of the parties here tout them. Look at the freedom that Sweden did. Look what a great job they did because they didn't do anything. But when I look at the numbers, I'm just looking like as our actuarial firm, they did a horrible job. I mean, the death rates percentage-wise were off the charts, and they're definitely no model for anyone to follow. And that would be my opinion of Sweden, just on a pure mathematical basis. But they were touted by your
I got to get off because my wife, who's the CEO, is doing TV in the other room starting in 1 minute, and I promised her I'd be off.
Well, that's
too.
okay because we have to go in like 1 minute. So we do want to thank our panel. Thank David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, Alexander Starr with Investing for Sasha, Bill Trezevant for the American Politics and Washington Report, and Kimberly Calhoun, director at IBM TV. We'll see you next week at a different time because of the International Peace Day.
Hey, the internet.